murder, the governor called a special session for the legislature to come up with this act. They weren't able to get everything done in the first 2 weeks, so he called a second session. And that is the second session is the one that created the 2020 Act. So just so you have an idea of some of the words I might use, I know when I listen to law professors and I don't know a certain word, I get lost real quick. So some of these things will probably be obvious to folks, but I just want to make sure that we covered them before I got moving. So peace officer is all of us. Anybody that basically carries a gun and has a badge in Minnesota. Our post board is like your Commission on Law Enforcement, CLES, Commission on Law Enforcement, Education Standards and Training. The BCA is our state investigative agency, and this term, officer involved deaths, is a statutory term. So these are the 5 major areas that the 2020 Act changed. First, it gave the board those powers that we talked about. It changed and increased some of the training that we need to do to keep our license. It changed both our use of force statute and our use of deadly force statute. It changed how we investigate those deaths, and it changed how each individual agency has to report misconduct and use of force. So all of this, obviously in the title, it's the Minnesota Police Accountability Act. All of this was focused on accountability. It also was focused on transparency, which brought that accountability. A lot of the statute, or a lot of the act, has sections that say, you must do this and you have to report to the legislature. You must do this and you have to communicate that to the post board. You must do this and you must tell community members. The increased community input and oversight was one of the major focuses of the legislature. And all this other stuff we'll cover as we go step by step. So the changes to the post board is the biggest part of this act, or the part of this act that has the most teeth or can do the most things. Because prior to this, the post board was almost all law enforcement. Now it can be evenly split with the head of our BCA and half community members and half law enforcement, which of course changes the dynamic of how they make decisions or how they come out with policies. This subcommittee for investigating officers didn't exist prior to this. They were able to take someone's license if they had, say, a conviction for a domestic assault, or if they had a DWI, something like this, but they weren't empowered to do anything else with just misconduct. The central repository for the misconduct records, this is a thing that I've been fighting for a long time, is basically all of our stuff is public data, but it is a pain in the rear to get that stuff. It is layer after layer of bureaucracy for you to be able to find out that I have 4 accusations against me. And it will only say you have 4 accusations, that they were investigated and that they were not sustained. You're not going to know anything else about what happened to me. That's still the case today, but now at least those central repository records are held by the post board. And let's say if I got fired from my current position and I went to another law enforcement agency, and whether I lied to them or just skipped some of the stuff on my background, that agency has the ability to go to the post board and find out what has happened to Eric before he got here. This is one of those things that I think would have saved to be erased, because that officer, of course, was let go from his prior department when Cleveland hired him. He didn't tell them things, and then he was able to continue doing what he was doing. And the Ensuring Police Excellence and Improving Community Relations Advisory Council, another mouthful because, you know, it's the legislature made this, so we're just going to call it the Advisory Committee. That is a group of almost all community members that are empowered through statute to represent certain communities and report to the legislature or tell the legislature and the governor things that are important to their specific communities and work for policy to improve. All right, so the repository was created. It's actually up and running now. They were given a deadline for 6 months, which of course is impossible in state government, but they did get it up and running and they're currently feeding it. Again, like I said, only law enforcement agencies can get it. I imagine that you could get it with a court order, but as of right now, it is strictly available for hiring purposes and training purposes and firing purposes. This is the only recommendation you're going to see from me today. All the other stuff is just what it is. But as far as I'm concerned, you can go read anything that anybody put on me. I feel justified in anything that I did. And if you read the 4 complaints against me, you might say, yeah, Eric, you're probably all right. But if you read it and you're mad about it, you should be able to do something. Anyway, sorry, that's the only soapbox I'm going to get on today. All right, the post-sport, the advisory committee. This one is interesting to me. At the end of my paper, there are 2 different recommendations that had come in by the time I had written it. And it was basically there was a stark difference between the 2. One you could tell was written by lawyers and written by lawyers that had worked in state government and had written statutes before, because it was framed the same way, it was documented the same way, they used all the same words that we would learn in class. The other one was a community group that had grand ideas, and some of those ideas are workable, but some of them in the current state of things is just not something that can be done. If you read these 2 things, what I think is important is you can see the importance of writing in a certain format to meet whatever your audience is looking for. If you do that, you make it easier for the committee and the post board and the legislature to say, yes, this is something that we want to do. The other one is going to take a lot more work, and somebody might do it, but I always think of something that I'm writing as, how can I sell this to my audience? How can I get my customer to buy this thing right now? All right. We had some changes to the peace officer training. Sorry, I'm going to back up 1 second. I know you guys have CLEST and we have the post board, but you'd be surprised I found that there are other states that don't have any licensing board for their law enforcement officers. Specifically, Massachusetts, I found in January, just launched their post board. So in the state, lost me? I think I'm dying here. I'll continue at this volume for a second until we get some batteries. But it was interesting to me to see that there are still states out there that don't have licensing boards for peace officers. If you're relying on a sheriff or that's elected or a certain chief or a certain internal affairs department to create change in a law enforcement agency near you, you should not hold your breath, because it's not going to go anywhere real fast. Can you hear me now? Okay. If you have a good-hearted and educated, intelligent, caring leader at the helm of that agency, like my agency, you'll see some of those changes and you'll see them quickly. But what happens when their 6-year term is up? Or what happens when they don't get reelected? The only real substantive change that you're going to have that's going to have some staying power is going to be through your licensing agency and through statute. Okay. All right, to change us to peace officer training. In Minnesota, we have a lot of training for our license. Some of these trainings we had before, some of these are just expansions on current trainings. But we have, whether it's driving, shooting, use of force, or CIT training, we have to meet a certain number of education credits every 3 years. Similar, of course, to CLAs. They have increased the CIT training and specific to officer interactions with people with mental illness, officer interaction with people with autism, and the removal of the warrior style training. I'm not a big fan of this part of the act where they say, let me change it. I'm a fan of increasing and improving training. I'm not a real big fan of saying where style of training shouldn't be used. Not because I don't believe it should be used, but I think that this term and the definition for it is too ambiguous to be useful. This doesn't tell me what I can and can't do. This says, don't do these things. Well, I can tell you, I haven't been a cop for as long as I have. I've never been to any training that outright said, hey, we're gonna say that people don't have value. We're gonna treat people like crap, right? It just doesn't happen. So for this, I'd like it to be a little more specific. And if somebody in the future were to either amend the statute or create a statute in another state, that would be one that I would be more specific with. So then the act required the post board to create this statewide policy for use of force. And basically every agency in the state has to follow this use of force policy. And it includes some of these other things that we've just talked about. But if it isn't identical, it has to be substantially similar. So here's a little bit about that statewide policy. I'm not going to read it flat out to you, but these three duties are the three things that stick out to me. One, I think that all three of them would have been a thing that could have saved George Floyd's life, could have saved Tamir Rife's life, could have saved a lot of people. That duty to intercede when force is clearly unreasonable. Now, we could probably argue about some of the gray areas in this, but if somebody's jaywalking and I go up and slug them, that's probably objectively unreasonable. I think we can all agree on that, right? So now, if you're an officer, even from a different agency, and you see me do that, now you have a responsibility to go tell my chief, not my commander, not my deputy chief, not my assistant chief, but you're responsible to go to my boss, the head of the entire agency, and say, hey, Eric was using unreasonable force. Now he has to do something about it. And whether it's him directly or through his designee, that has to be reported to that, to the use of force group, and then reported to the post board, which could at that point do an investigation on me. So in Minnesota, we have two different statutes, one for use of force, one for use of deadly force. The big thing about this is this statute codifies the thing that we just talked about. I have to do it because now it's a law, it's a statute. This is where that report has to come in, and it has to come in immediately. I think that if you look at, let's say we compare it to recidivism rates, right? We see the most effect when there is an immediate or quick response to an act. Same thing here. If somebody called my chief today and said within 24 hours that Eric did this thing, I guarantee you at 9 o'clock the next morning, I'd be sitting in my chief's office. Now, again, not every agency is going to be like that. But this is that first step to saying, we're going to hold you accountable. We're going to hold you responsible. We talk about bar and chokeholds. This is, and tying limbs together. This, whenever I read this and I read this statute, all I can see is George on the ground, them leaning on him. And I'm not going to argue one way or the other anything about it, but it was murder because the judge said it was, the jury said it was murder. Chokeholds have no place in law enforcement. Now, the thing about this chokehold definition, though, is it includes what we call the lateral vascular neck restraint. That's where you stop blood flow to the brain by putting pressure on the carotid artery. So it's not just stopping air, it's stopping blood flow. And I've had somebody use that on me before, and I went unconscious within 3 seconds. Okay, it is a very useful tool when done right by somebody who is well-trained and experienced in it. It can go wrong quickly. So that's why our legislature said, nope, we're just not going to allow this in any way, shape, or form.
Can I ask a question about the last slide? The first bullet point of requiring officers to intercede when another officer uses force that's objectively unreasonable. Can you speak about that? Because my concern to that is that at least what I felt like was one of the issues at play in George Floyd's death was that you had a trainee along with the primary suspect, and you obviously have a hierarchy there of authority. So in my mind, I felt like it was unfair to assign to the trainee some sort of responsibility to intercede because he was there to learn from people that were put in a position of power over him. Can you speak about, would this require people who are clearly under low man on the totem pole or low women on the totem pole to intercede? Or is this about officer to officer who are on the same plane?
I think this puts accountability on anyone that is at the scene. Now, I know what you're talking about because I was a trainee, I was a new cop at one point, and I can't even imagine what it would be like to grab the person that's training me off of somebody.
Right.
That would be a difficult situation, but that was 20-some years ago. The sands have clearly shifted in the last 20 years. And people that we empower to carry guns, take our freedom, and possibly take our life, now need to know that they will be held responsible if they're at the scene. Now, it would be a difficult situation, and I can imagine there's going to be a lot of fistfights in the parking lot after shift over something like this. But I guarantee you, Derek Chauvin would rather have one of his trainees knock him off of George Floyd than be where he is today.
But to legally hold the trainee responsible for failing to intercede, do you find that to be a reasonable expectation for someone in that position?
I think that the point where we change things is the word trainee, and at the point where they were at this call, the specific call, they were off of FTO or off of field training, so they had completed all of the things that they need to be a police officer. The city had empowered them to do the job without supervision on their own, all over the city, any kind of call that shows up. So had they been on a call and they were still in training, I still think that they would be held responsible. I just think that if I was defending that person, I would make sure that the judge or jury knew this is a different circumstance. This is somebody that hasn't even finished all of the training to be considered a full police officer yet, as opposed to somebody that had been off, even though it had only been for a week or two, had been off of field training. So I guess if you're asking me to decide is it the right thing to do or not, I think that if you finish training that you should be able to do the job. But I also recognize that that's going to be a very difficult situation for anybody, and that would be for any profession, I would assume. But there are very few professions where you have to make decisions about using force, life and death, and do it so quickly as a peace officer does. All right, so we had some changes to the deadly force requirements. This is basically, they have 5-6 different subdivisions, paragraphs in the use of force statute, but it pretty much boils down to this. Is he a threat? Can I articulate it with specificity? That there's going to be great bodily death or harm, or great bodily harm or death, and it has to be addressed with unreasonable delay, and it's going to happen now. Prior to this, there were some loopholes where if somebody had committed an armed burglary 15 minutes ago, and I see him over here, but he's not armed, that I was empowered to use deadly force because he had just committed a felony using a firearm. And this closes that gap. This was an interesting one for me, and it caused me a little bit of heartache when it first came out. In our department, we allow, our policy states that we can disengage when there is, say, a suicidal person with a firearm, but we know that they're alone. We know that they're in their house by themselves and they're not a threat to anybody else but themselves. This allows us to, number one, disengage and let that person decide what they're going to do for themselves, but also keeps us from escalating that. So if somebody is suicidal in their house with a firearm and they won't open their door, me kicking their door and is going to escalate that. And now if I'm not allowed to use deadly force, I'm in a pretty sticky wicket at this point, right? So this part of the statute now reduces or narrows the scope of when an officer can use deadly force against someone that's only going to hurt themselves. All right, this was a pretty big one. Prior to this, in practice, our state agency had been doing most of our officer-involved death investigations, but they weren't required to unless they were asked. So it could be that I'm in the St. Paul Police Department, I'm involved with an officer-involved death, my coworkers investigate me. I don't know about any of you, but if you have seen investigations done about somebody that you care about by their old partner, or somebody they went to the academy with, or somebody they went to school with, it doesn't feel like it's very fair. Yes, the BCA is a law enforcement agency, but they are not connected to me, they're not tied to me, and they don't answer to me. They answer to the governor. So that was impressive to me, and I was glad to see it. The other thing is, once an officer-involved death investigation is completed, all of that information becomes public. So now, not only am I investigated by an outside agency, but you can go and get the information, see how they investigated me, and get the actual facts of what happened. Last part of this is one of those accountability, oversight, transparency portions that I was talking about, is that this and the advisory council, they have a responsibility to report back to the legislature, report back to the governor. So as again, it's not just responsibility to other law enforcement agencies, it's accountability to the folks that you and I vote for. At first, the first version of this bill allowed for the Attorney General to prosecute all of these crimes, which to me made sense. And it was part of what I was thinking before this bill came out. And I actually ran into him at my law school, which is kind of cool. And he said, "You should write a paper on that." Well, funny, ended up doing it. But I didn't make it in the final bill. But in practice, most of the time, folks are asking the Attorney General's office to either step in and take it over, or at least come in and give them some kind of in an advisory capacity. So the final portion is this reporting of force and reporting of misconduct. The FBI has a website that tracks use of force by officers, where it's an officer-involved death, a shooting with great bodily harm, or any time an officer shoots at somebody else. Now it is required that every agency in Minnesota reports to that database. Of course, not every state does it. And prior to this, we had about 89% of our departments reporting. Now it's about it. Don't quote me, but it's close to 100%. If not, somebody's going to be getting a phone call from the governor soon. Again, another piece of that oversight, this same report that goes to all the information that goes to the FBI is also going to the legislature. This one I thought was very interesting. When we have allegations of misconduct and they're investigated, it used to be that we would send a report to the BCA every year. Now it's real time uploaded to that repository that we talked about earlier that the post board holds, so that they can make decisions on whether to sanction my license, suspend my license, revoke my license, or just not renew my license. So there's a lot of things the post board can do off of this new misconduct reporting. As we spoke before, the public data that is released or can be acquired from this database is limited, and I'm hoping that they would expand it at some point. But the post board has the ability to go back and get that information just by that line of the other data that post board determines is necessary. So if they find a allegation of misconduct about me and they don't get enough from the reporting agency, they can go back and continue to do more investigation on their own or require more information from that agency. So in closing, here are those 5 areas we talked about. The 5 areas that the Accountability Act has changed law enforcement in Minnesota. And again, back to that spoiler alert, you need a willing legislature and you need a strong licensing board, because whatever I do, if my chief can't fire me because of a union issue or because of a veteran's preference or because of a friendship with the governor, whatever it is, the licensing board can still step in and do something now. All right, before I go, does anybody have any more questions? Go ahead.
So since this is so new, how is the board making sure that reports are being sent in like they're actually doing their duty to report unreasonable content or measures being used by the
So the question is, because this is so new, how does the post board verify that the reports of misconduct are actually being reported in real time as they should? There is no real good answer for that. I imagine that each individual agency has a reporting system, but for us, it would be, there's an allegation, it goes to our internal affairs department, that internal affairs report, whatever that is, immediately gets put into the database. And so instead of having to mail something to somebody, they can go in and put in the basic information that is required by statute to say, yesterday there was an allegation against Eric. It is currently open and being investigated by the internal affairs department, and it was for a use of force, or it was for misconduct.
And then, I don't know if you mentioned this, but if someone does pose an allegation against another officer, does that officer get notified if someone put an allegation against them, or how does that work exactly?
Yes. And I'm not an internal affairs expert, but I can tell you this, having had 4 of them, is they send you a piece of paper that says, here is the allegation against you. You have 24 hours to respond to get this back to us. I imagine depending on what the issue is, I know that I've been involved in some investigations where it was immediate suspension before any paperwork was done. It was just, this was so egregious that the chief stepped in and said, this is going to happen. And then afterward, that officer had already had an attorney, and they were going to correspond between the city attorney and their attorney. All right.
So when it came to the statutes that authorize the police officers to use force, or those situations in which you're determining should they have intervened if there was an excessive amount of force, or those kinds of standards of reasonableness, what kind of viewpoint is that taking into account? Is it kind of the officer testifying to what they thought was reasonable or what they felt was a threat? Is it a combination of an objective looking at the circumstances plus that? What is kind of the standard, if they talked about that in legislation at all, or how they examine those issues?
We got 2 different people in this scenario, right? We've got the actor and the person that should be interceding or is deciding whether or not to intercede. Are you asking, how does the interceder decide? Or are you asking, how does the
More
actor?
after the fact. So if there's an allegation that somebody used deadly force when they weren't supposed to, are they viewing that as far as the requirements of a threat or the immediacy or all of those requirements that they had? What lens are they viewing that through?
I would guess it's probably Graham versus Connor, reasonableness, totality of the circumstances, things that something that law enforcement officers across the country have been doing since that case. I'm sure that there's a lot of gray area in there. And for me to determine what's going on in your brain because of this person is a difficult thing to prove. And I would assume that they would take that step back look of, okay, I'm going to money warning quarterback this. But I also know that they've got these rapidly evolving situations they're going to have to deal with, and it's not going to be the same as if it was something less active.
One thing I noticed in your presentation is the emphasis on allowing the public to review these things. In Minnesota, does the public have access to the raw data as well, like the body cam videos and things as a matter of course?
That's my next paper.
Oh.
Actually, we have in our statutes, we've got a thing called Chapter 13, which covers all of the data practices acts. And my paper is specific to body worn camera as it addresses domestic violence situations. But if you're in a video, you have access to it. But they would redact other people from that. So if you and I were in the video and you wanted it, you could get it, but my face would be pixelated by the time you got it, unless I agree to it.
Would I have to pay?
Oh, I'm sure somebody's going to charge us something. I think it's marginal. I don't think it's very much. I know that it's a lot of employee hours to redact every face, every scene, because you're doing what, 27 to 30 frames per second. That's a lot of work to do. But as software has improved, they've been able to lower that. So I guess I don't know what charge it would be, or I'm sure it would be different for every agency.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, Molly, back to you.
Thank you so much, Eric. And we're gonna take like just a couple minute break. You can go get water, coffee, pastries in the cafe next door, and we're gonna get like all the tech set up for our court watch panel. So we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
I'm supposed to wear white.
7 days.
If you don't,
At the end of things, I would
I can fit it in.
specifically teach policy work with
For sure.
what is the hobby, I think. Crowbar. We really care about it. We care. So instead of having all of those different ones, say, calculation, pressure, whatever, we just say, if you cause harm. Determine that there's then get rid of all of those other things. Which,
In September. So, yeah.
policy manual or schools policy.
Ready for presentation? Is this?
I didn't either, and then I like heard you say that. Sorry.
All right, I think we're ready to move into our next session now. So I'll just introduce our panelists and then they can take it from there. We're going to be talking about Court Watch. So we've got Professor Anastasia Bowles, who is co-director of the Bowen Center for Racial Justice and Criminal Justice Reform, and Darren Browder, who is executive director of Court Watch Nola. So give them a warm welcome.
Morning. Darren, can you see me? Or are you just kind of, you're speaking into the abyss? So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. And thanks to the Journal for allowing us to co-sponsor this event. And by us, I mean the new Center for Racial Justice and Criminal Justice Reform. And we're so excited to have Darren Browder here with us this morning. Darren is Executive Director of Court Watch Nola. And he's going to tell you a little bit about the organization, but he graduated from Southern University, New Orleans, and then went to Southern University Law Center. He joined Court Watch Nola in 2018 as the Director of Strategic Initiatives and was recently, and we're going to help him celebrate this, promoted to Executive Director in March 22. So could you join me in well deserved. So Darren also served as a law clerk at the Supreme Court level of Louisiana for the parish criminal district courts and magistrate courts. And we will make available to you through the Journal some of Court Watch Nola's annual reports that they have observed over the last decade, thousands and thousands of court proceedings. So Darren is going to tell us a little bit about what they've been doing and how Court Watch can fit into this question of criminal justice reform. I know we're focused on police reform today, but we thought that taking a little bit of a look at the role of courts is important. So with that lengthy introduction, Darren, can you tell us a little bit about the history of Court Watch Nola and its purpose?
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you guys for having me as a panelist. Court Watch Nola was founded in 2007. It's in the beginning, it was not what it is today. It was a grassroots organization, but it basically was looking for transparency and efficiency in the criminal courts. And it was only in one court. Louisiana, in Orleans Parish, we have 3 criminal courts. We have city court, we have criminal court, and we have magistrate court. Magistrate court's where your first initial appearance will be for a felony or a state misdemeanor. City court is, well, that's municipal court. That's where you have city charges. So they weren't in those courts. They were only in what we call CDC, Criminal District Court, where the trial portion is. Over the last 6 years, they moved into magistrate court, which is your first initial appearance. They moved into city court. And then we've kind of changed what we're actually looking for in monitoring. We've always monitored judges. We've always monitored the DA. We always monitored defense lawyers, but then we've added in the past years, police officers. They're in charge of protecting and serving the public. The sheriff's deputies who are there in charge of protecting and serving not only those who are brought before those judges, but the public as they enter the court as well. We also, in this instance, are looking for to make sure that everybody's doing their job. They're professional about their job. There's transparency. They're doing their job fairly and economically. And so those are some of the things that we've added over the last 16, 17, well, actually the last 6 years, but we're about 16, 17 years old. It started right after Katrina, about 2 years after Katrina, just to get an idea of what we also do in addition to transparency, fairness of the courts. We also educate voters in a sense, because those that go into watch court and collect data are voters. They get to see the judges in their own environment and these people that they voted for. So they get to see whether or not that judge fits their profile of what a fair judge is supposed to be.
I really like your emphasis on transparency. I'm glad you brought it up today. So Court Watch Nola, many of you know that the law school recently received a grant to run a court observation program from now until June 2024. And I see many of our students here today. And we very early on in doing our research about what a program would look like, this is how we did with Court Watch Nola, because I reached out to Darren and I said, you don't know me, but you have to help us do this. And he graciously agreed, and they've now come on as one of our consultants. But we were clear in the beginning that there's various court watching models. And you were really clear with us that transparency was an important model. So can you talk about the value of transparency?
Well, most people in the criminal court, they see a case on the news, but they don't hear anything else about it. And we always say that, you know, we want the public to see what's happening in the courthouse. The transparency model is nothing new, but we publish the data that we collect for 1 year. We even go into a FOIA request where we do a year's worth of arrest data that we're now working on to publish for this year. And so that transparency model is something that it's not new, but it should be that the public should see. Why should they see this? Well, first of all, their tax dollars are paying for this court to function every year, every day. But they have no idea what the court's doing or when it's doing, or if it's doing it economically. Is there a cheaper way? And so because there's no transparency, other than an organization like us who are putting this data out, how many Black folks are coming before the judges? Most court actors can't tell you that. How many white folks? What's the average bond? What's the highest charge that's being charged? How many trials they've had in a year? That is something that the public has no idea whether or not their tax dollars are working for them in an economical fashion. And so what Court Watch Nola is trying to do is we use that data along with certain stories to convey what has happened over that past year. And sometimes it gets policy changes. Sometimes we recommend changes to the court that's not nothing to do with policy, but has something to do with fairness of the court, has something to do with professional accountability for the judges. Even police officers, we actually have these things called risk questions that we've worked with NOPD to ask domestic violence victims to better understand whether or not the person being charged with the crime is going to be a danger to that person in the future. And so those are things that we've done over the last 6 years that add a little bit more transparency. And I always say this, is that it's not only transparency, but it's education. A lot of times the public has no idea. So that education also goes a long way with that transparency of what's happening in that courthouse.
Another thing that you have really, I think one of your an area of emphasis as we built our model has been neutrality. That it was important for our model not to kind of advocate a particular side. I know that that's something that Court Watch Nola has worked on, and you have extensive training of your observers. So can you talk about a neutral Court Watch program?
Yeah, I'm a soccer referee. I'm refereeing for 17 years. And the one thing I will say is that I don't want to walk in, and we tell our court watchers not to walk in with an objective, right? Our objective is transparency, fairness, economics, and professionalism of the judge. And so what we specialize in is having the data direct us to where we're going, right? If we're seeing that when at the beginning of the pandemic, that the people who were viewing court or the defendants who were before the judges via Zoom could not hear, we use that to let the judges know these are the recommendations that we are giving to the court to make it so that all users can understand what's happening. And this was a problem. If someone was in that building or in that courthouse was not speaking into a certain mic, the people on Zoom could not hear. Who were the people on the Zoom? Court watchers. Who were the people on Zoom? Possibly victims. Who were the people on Zoom? Possibly defendants. And so if a defendant cannot hear what's actually happening in his case, because a lot of times the defendant would be in the box by himself and his lawyer would be in the box by himself. So technically they can't communicate like you would in in-person setting. And so in the beginning, we had issues with people not being able to hear what was happening in their case. And then when they were logging off, no one was explaining to them what just happened because their lawyer was not in the same building as their client. And so we advised the court on this. And so what they did is they set up iPads on certain stations to where the lawyers, if they're in the building, or the defendants, if they're in the building, could actually be seen and heard by everybody on that Zoom. That made it a little bit more easier for those who were on Zoom to understand what was happening in that courtroom. And so those are the things that Court Watch is doing with that data. Because basically we were sitting outside looking in, literally outside looking in for almost 2 years. And one of the best things that we found out was that the court was willing to change. They did a lot. They did a lot of investing in technology to make it a lot easier for people on Zoom to understand what's happening in their case.
So you're one of the questions that we get as we're engaging, doing some of our community engagement and developing our methodology is, what difference does this make, right? By the time you get into court, it's such a tiny sliver. You have the police, you have prosecution, you have all of the trial problems, which is all true. But what differences have you seen in New Orleans because of your efforts? So how has Court Watch data been used?
So it's been used in many different ways. We found out that the court was not for people who are on drug arrest, right? You get a drug arrest, you're authorized to do drug testing weekly. Well, people were getting these things called false positives. In that process, they're supposed to retest that positive to make sure it's not a false positive. And what was happening was people were going to jail who may have paid bond or been out on an ROR, were going to jail on a false positive because the court was not doing that extra step to make sure that was not a false positive. That was one thing that we found out in court. We ended up helping create policy we found out that our DA was filing material witness warrants at 18 times more than anyone in the entire state. These material witness warrants were basically arresting victims and putting them in jail. What the data told us was that 2 of these victims had spent more time in jail than the actual perpetrator who was awaiting trial. And in the day of that trial, the perpetrators pled to a lesser charge, which gave them probation, never went back in jail because they bonded out the next day when they were originally arrested. And so the trauma that would cause on a victim is astronomical. And so we got with one of the local senators for our state house, and we helped propose a bill. Is that bill what we want it to be? No, but victims are not going to be arrested and put into jail. They're literally putting into the same jail that someone who's been charged with a crime. In addition to that, but the city elected a progressive DA. I know that's a progressive DA, it's in quotes, but he vowed to not to use these material witness warrants. We've soon sensed earlier this year that the DA's office was actually using or trying to use these material witness warrants. The problem now is that because of the transparency, judges are refusing to sign these at the same rate they were in the past. And in addition, there are extra steps that they have to go through in order to get a judge to sign this. One of them is appointing counsel to the victim who is the witness. And once that happens, that defense lawyer becomes an advocate for someone who does not have a voice normally in these material witness warrants. And it worked out well in this last case that happened about last month. Actually, I was in court watching that. It worked out perfectly. It worked out exactly how it's supposed to be, supposed to work out. And because the witness was represented by counsel. That's another thing. I can give you one more. We've got a ton of them, but I can give you one more where we had a judge who was basically authorizing people to leave or forcing people to leave one ankle monitoring company and join his former law partner's ankle monitoring company. And then that ankle monitoring company was donating money back to him. I think it was about 8 or 9 times more than any other judge on the bench. He was even releasing people and then making them join that same ankle monitoring company. When we looked into that, that was the case. And we ended up getting it out in the paper because of the fact that he did not accept what we said. And so ultimately, we ended up having to put it out in the public. Most of the time, when we find something's wrong in a court, we find something's bad, we go to those actors themselves before we release it in the paper. If they accept that corrective action, we give them a carrot. I don't really want to sneak up and hit somebody in the back of the head if they don't know it's coming. And so what we do at Court Watch is we advise what was wrong and we give recommendations. If they accept those recommendations, all's good. Like we saw that the court, everybody couldn't hear on Zoom. We came in with recommendations, court did those recommendations to the letter, and it was a better process on Zoom. And so that's just a few of the things that we found through our research, through whether whistleblowers or through the data. But the best thing about Court Watch that I can tell you is that we're not just collecting data. Anybody can collect data. You can FOIA data all year long, but if you don't see what's happening on the ground itself, like we're connecting stories that we're actually witnessing with the data. And I hope people understand that actually goes further into the minds of people than just data. And I think that's the one benefit that Court Watch has that will always be a need, because you don't have that just by collecting data and saying this many people came through the court for these charges. There's no, that's just data. It doesn't connect with the public, in my opinion.
I wanted to talk a little bit, because today we're talking about policing and trauma. I wanted to talk a little bit about 2 of your recent recommendations for New Orleans. You've recommended that officers be able to issue subpoenas in lieu of arrest for certain offenses. Here in Arkansas, we would call that cite and release. And you've also issued some recommendations about how officers can engage and better support domestic violence victims. You want to talk about one or both of those?
One or both, if I have time. Well, the one thing about issuing citations, that was because of COVID mainly. As you may or may not know, but by per rata, we have one of the highest incarcerated cities or states in the country. And so when COVID hit, we realized early on that you were basically putting people into a problematic situation. Those confined spaces, there's no 6 feet. I mean, the cell maybe 6 feet. And so what ended up happening was for nonviolent offenses, we wanted them to start citing and releasing people, not even bringing them into that petri dish, because it's a public safety matter, right? It's how many nonviolent offenses are you, or city offenses are you going to arrest people for and bring them into jail, not knowing anything about their health issues, not knowing anything about this person at all, and arrest them because the court says or the law says you have to. But most cops have that option in certain arrests or certain charges. And so what we did, along with other organizations joined with us, was basically petitioning NOPD and the city to have NOPD not arrest when they have the option or the choice and just write a citation. That helped and lowered our jail population, which then helped and lowered our COVID population. Because remember, we hit pretty hard in the beginning because we had just had Mardi Gras. And Mardi Gras is something where no one believes in 6 feet or social distancing. There's no such thing as social distancing here. We hug strangers. And so Mardi Gras was a problem. And so in order to get our COVID population lower, we had to basically say, hey, this is going to be a more problematic situation by arresting people that you don't have to. The other thing with crime victims, domestic violence victims, was those risk questions we talked about. The risk questions basically ask whether or not the person felt that they were endangered for their life, whether or not this has happened before. And I'm paraphrasing because the question is not before me, but it's like 5 risk questions that the police ask the victim. And one of the last questions is whether or not that person has a weapon or has a gun, or owns a gun, I should say. And if they know where that gun is stored, because that is a problem. We had a law passed, we call it Gwen's Law, because a lady, her husband had been arrested for domestic violence, came in, made a bond that same day, came home, and then killed his wife. And so Gwen's Law was created to have a cooling off period to protect those who are victims of domestic violence. And so in that same instance, we wanted to know anything about the defendant that we could possibly have. And one of the things was that whether or not the person owned a weapon. And so in that requirement, when a stay away order is issued, anyone who owns a weapon who has the stay away issued against them has to bring in their weapon to either the sheriff or turn their weapon over to a family member or a friend. And then that has to be verified by the sheriff. And so those are some of the policies that we have been supporting by NOPD in order to protect those citizens who are actually victims of a crime, of domestic violence anyway, mainly.
And I think those are important reforms, and the issue of victims and courts and defendants and police just highlights how intricate these problems are, but also how interrelated. I want to leave some time for questions, but I had one more for you, which every court watching program has to be different. There are different court structures. You're a nonprofit, we're a public, research institution. So our programs are going to look different. We're going to have different methods. Can you talk about the national effort, though? You and I have talked a lot about, how you think this can scale up nationally. So can you tell us a little bit about your vision and how law schools can help?
Well, my vision is definitely bringing into law schools. And to make on the light side of this, one of the judges one day saw me at a football game, was telling me that how can you have college students come in there and tell me when I'm doing a good job or not. And I told the judge, I said, basically, if I teach them, judge, they'll know what you're doing right or what you're doing wrong. The difference with law schools is that these are students that are looking to become lawyers. And I don't really remember when I started thinking like a lawyer in law school, but it just happened. But it's at some point, students of the law begin to think like a lawyer. And what I love about it is that they're wide open. They don't really, sometimes in their early 1L or 2L year, they still don't know what they want to do. Unlike me, I knew what I wanted to do when I wanted to go to law school, but I soon realized my philosophy didn't match the philosophy of that office. And so I chose not to go there. But law schools around the country, I think, are where we nurture the people who are out to protect the public, right? Lawyers, that's their job, basically, is protecting the law, protecting the public. And so my experience over the last almost 4 years with teaching law students to go into court and court watch is that they have a whole nother perspective of you have your own idea what the law is supposed to be. And it's not until you get out and you start working and you start learning the other, what your job's telling you to do. It's right then in law school, you can develop your own idea of what the law is supposed to be. And I've always thought the law was to protect the rights of every human on the planet, right? Because the law governs the entire world, everything we do. And so bringing in law schools to do this work, to do the recommendations to the court, I think that has a little more credibility, a little bit more weight. And these are prospective jurors, right? They're the prospective people of the court. And then how can you tell a law student, you don't know what I'm doing, you don't know what you're doing? Because who comes out of law school, where do they go for their first usual job? Being law clerks, right? You learn a lot from your judge, but you also teach your judge a lot. That's one of the things I found coming in. I got to teach my perspective on what I felt. My judges allowed me to do that. And that developed me as well. And so that was the benefit, was not only was I learning from my judge, the judge learned from me. And so that's how I think, you have a good judge. They accept your life experiences. And so when you're debating whether or not how you should go on an issue, they ask you. A good judge will ask you, how do you feel about it?
Absolutely.
And you should already have the law to back it up.
Yeah. And, for our students, not only into clerkships, but our students, many of them go directly into small practices, work for the public defender, work for prosecution. They will become legislators and judges. So I think the implications are pretty vast, right? For if we can give law students an understanding of how the criminal justice system works as early as possible in their education. So we could talk about this for hours, and you and I have talked about this for hours. And you've always been very generous with your time, but I wanted to see if there were questions for Darren or about court watching in general.
So many questions. Give me a second.
Oh, okay. 1 second for it to bring together. I see some of our student court watchers. Can one of you give who wants to give a 2-minute summary of what we've been doing? Daryl, I'm nominating Daryl because he's about to get out of here. He's about to graduate.
Do I need to stand?
Sure.
Well, I'm Daryl Bernard. I'm currently a 3L, and I started with the center the first year. And originally we were trying to come up with the methodology by basing it off of the reports that Court Watch.
Thank you.
The reports that Court Watch Nola, I'm gonna to the microphone, I'm sorry. We based our methodology off the Court Watch Nola methodology as well as the different reports that they were doing. And as we went to observe courts in central Arkansas, because we're not trying to go statewide until we have a foundation, we observed, I would say, very interesting things, because when you're in law school, only real, I guess, substance as far as court you get is lawyering skills, or if you want to try to be on the trial team or moot court, you get the perspective of the actual courtroom presence. But when you are lucky enough to be with one of us, you get to see how things go out, not just what you would assume the practice of law is, but really in your specific area. So I think it's very influential and instrumental to my learning of trying to be a law student as well as preparing for the bar, because it's crazy. But I really appreciate it. I think that what we're doing has an impact on not just the people that are part of the program, but the people that have to be observed, because they recognize that, okay, these students, they're not just trying to pry information. We're really, like they were saying, emphasizing neutrality and trying to make our state a better place and eventually set an example for the rest of the nation. So it's just a little summary.
Darren, what schools have you worked with there in Louisiana?
Well, we like Tulane Law School, Loyola Law School, Xavier, Dillard, Suno a little bit. We've even gotten to Delgado Community College. So we get students from, like, we have 5 universities in the city, so we work with all of them. Currently, we are in the MOU stage with Southern University Law Center, which is my law school, to do what you guys are similarly doing to entire state. We'll probably use a version of a couple schools because our state's so vast. How can we cover the entire state? Is one of the questions. And so we're trying to figure that out. But one of the things is that Southern University Law Center is trying to do what Arkansas has actually started doing already. That would be one of the phone calls I'm gonna try to get you guys on to talk to them. But those are the schools we've worked with. In the other states, we haven't really worked with many students from one university. Like when I was in Miami, we worked from students from all over. But one thing I will say about the travels throughout the country, you will be surprised at how similar the laws are. There's only like procedural differences that I find. In most states, like when to charge, what's the timeline to charge, stuff like that. But the same, in the 4 states that I've been to, the procedure for setting bond is exactly the same. It's almost word for word in almost every state I've been to. And one of the questions that a judge has to consider when he sets bond is how much can a defendant afford, right? And to me, that's the most important question. Because bond is not supposed to be punitive. It's supposed to be a security. I put this money up and it's going to require me to come back to court. And at the end of this proceeding, whether I'm guilty or innocent, I will get all my money back minus a small portion. I think in Louisiana, it's 6%. But because bonds are so high now, you need a bail bondsman. And so when you go to a bail bondsman, no matter how much money you put up, you lose all of it. So to me, what's the incentive of coming back? And so I think one of the things is that once we get people to understand that we need to look at the bonding situation, because most people who are innocent until proven guilty are actually sitting in jail. And their whole life has been turned around. And what happens when we had a guy on a charge, I can't remember what the charge was acquitted. And I'm pretty sure he spent 2 years in jail. At the bare minimum.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I was just wondering, when you first started speaking, you mentioned arrest data and then the average bond, like taking that information down. Is there a place that that's being like presented so that the public could look at that, or are you just still compiling right now?
Could you hear?
So we put out our reports. Usually our reports change every year. Currently, we are trying to hire a data specialist that will have a dashboard on our website that will actually show that what the bonds are. And so that is what we've been working to change so that people can literally sit there and say, hey, there's a disparity for a different race, or there's a disparity for a gender. Because we did at one point, I think in one of the reports, I can't remember which year, we found out that women were getting a higher bond than men on domestic violence charges. So that is an issue that we're trying to put out so that you can see it on our website. I know during COVID, the beginning of COVID, we were actually posting what bonds were when people were arrested and what the charges were, like weekly and daily, because that was something that we thought couldn't be avoided. We needed to let the public know what these bonds are looking like and how could we have given this person a summons versus arresting them.
Thank you.
We had one question on Zoom.
Okay, so this is directed to Mr. Browder. It says, how do you feel we should, what are your feelings about recordings in courtrooms, having the ability to record inside of a courtroom?
It depends. The one thing I find is that when we pull transcripts, the transcripts are to the point where we know that that's what was said. Usually, especially if we heard it in court. I think, so for me, I want to be in the room, and if the court, so let me go back. The law in Louisiana is that we can't record or film or have cameras in the courtroom, period. The Zoom thing is, we're just lucky to be able to still do that because they haven't changed the law throughout COVID. They are closing the courts to recording, well, to the Zoom now in certain courtrooms, but mostly we can still use Zoom. So that's basically a recording. I would prefer to get the recording from the court, the actual recording by FOIA request, so that I have that. It can't say that, oh, we changed it. Oh, I didn't say that. I mean, if we pull it off of our recording, there's always going to be an argument that, oh, Court Watch may have changed this recording. But if I pull it from a FOIA request that was given to me by the court, I have a little bit more proof. And usually the transcripts that we pulled are condemning. We pulled transcripts from the judge who was forcing people on ankle monitoring. And he would literally say, I'll call me later and I'll tell you what ankle monitoring we should get on. And that was damning, and so I'm on the fence with that, because, we don't really get the credibility that we have from the actors in the court. I was part of them, and I feel that governing me or watching me for making sure that I'm doing my job. Remember, I'm a soccer referee, and at the highest level, every game is assessed, every game is watched. They use data to improve you, to become a better referee. And so, to me, I'm all for the criticism. I'm all for, because criticism makes you better. I was raised that it's not a failure if you learn from it. And, to me, I'm trying to convey that to the courts, right? That, just because I think you're doing something wrong via the data telling me that, telling me that you're costing more people harm than you are helping them, the data is telling me this, this is a benefit for you and everybody else. But most people don't want to be criticized. And that's we're finding out why the part of taping in court, I feel that their tapes carry more weight than ours, because there's always going to be the impression that we're changing it to make it sound worse.
Hi, I'm also a court observer, and this is something that I've always wondered since observing. So have you found that by judges knowing that observers are inside, have they conducted differently, or has that not affected data or change?
Yes, it has affected the courts. There was a judge a couple years ago, before COVID, before the last election, who a public defender asked for a homeless man, instead of getting jail time, instead of getting jail time and fines and fees, could you move all that to or change the fines and fees to what is it? It's where they do public service, basically working in the court, cleaning up, picking up trash. And this judge actually said this. I never do that. I never give them. I always give them fines and fees. But because Court Watch is here, I'm going to give them not public service. It's going to come to me after the call's over with. But he even gave them whatever the fee was, whatever the fine was supposed to be. It still was there. He had to work that many hours at $15 an hour, right? And we found that was a benefit to this person who at one point was homeless, but because of the public defender working out to where when he got released, was going to Odyssey House, which is like a halfway house for, drug addiction and people who are homeless, to get them back on their feet, help them get a job. That was one of the benefits to that, was he's now not burdened with a fine that would potentially harm him from getting a place to stay. Now he has a way to work it off, and at $15 an hour, so it wouldn't have as many hours to work off for that fine. That has that basically was the benefit, and he basically acknowledged it was Court Watch's fault. When I was a law clerk, I could always tell when my Court Watch is in the building. So my office in that court was in the courthouse, but in the courtroom, but it was off to the side, and I had a speaker that I could hear everything that was happening in court. And I could always tell when bonds were being set that Court Watch is in the building, because sometimes the bonds sounded really, really low compared to what he would do when Court Watch was not in the building. And I always know, I'd stick my head out the office and I could see, oh, there's a Court Watcher in the room. And so, yeah, they do. And they have acknowledged us that that's what they do. So.
Well, I see other questions popping up, but I want to make sure we stay on track. One of the comments I saw pop up is a call for you to run as judge. So I hope that you will. I think New Orleans would benefit, but if you do have questions, if there were questions that weren't answered, please do contact our journal and we can put you in contact, and we'll also be sending out some information about Court Watch NOLA. So please join me in thanking Darren for joining us today.
Thank you guys for having me.
And thank you for Professor Bowles. We're going to take a real quick break and we'll reconvene at 11 for our next panel.
Hey, George, how are you?
He's coming in August.
I have all of these
These
things
are
I have
big
to do.
shoes.
Yeah.
And all of-
That's all. I think they'll be good though. He seems like he's very.
All right, we're ready to move to our next panel, which is going to focus on policing and trauma. We're having a little trouble with the screen here, but you can see we are going to be joined virtually by Dean Cummings, who is also co-director of the Bowen Center for Racial Justice and Criminal Justice Reform, and Professor Todd Clark, who is a professor of law at St. Thomas University College of Law. And in person, we are joined by Caleb Conrad, who is an attorney, and Judge Amy Dunn Johnson. So I'll hand it over to them.
How's everyone doing today? We're so excited to be here. Thank you to Professors Bowles and Cummings for having us and putting on this great event. We're going to talk a little bit about our work regarding adverse childhood experiences and the criminal justice system. I'm going to go first. I'm going to talk about the background of ACEs and provide a kind of a framework as we move forward and as my co-authors speak about their sections. So adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, ACES, are traumatic events that occur during childhood, so before 18 years old. And today they're placed generally into 10 categories of childhood adversities that include all types of abuse and neglect, living with someone who abused alcohol or drugs, or who suffered from mental illness, parental separation or divorce, witnessing domestic violence in the home, the incarceration or death of a household member, and social disadvantage, which I'll discuss more in a bit. The overall impact of childhood trauma on an individual's long-term health outcomes was only first considered in the 1990s, so fairly recently, through the now famous CDC Kaiser Permanente study. The study illustrated that childhood trauma and poor health outcomes later in life are undeniably linked, And it paved the way for a body of research that established simple and irrefutable truths. First, the more trauma that a child experiences, the more likely it is that he or she will experience negative health outcomes later in life, including an increased risk of engaging in risky behaviors, developing addictions, contracting chronic disease, attempting suicide, and ultimately dying an earlier death. Second, children of color and of lower socioeconomic status experience more trauma, resulting in toxic stress, and in turn are more prone to harmful outcomes. So I want to tell you the story of the first ACE study. In 1985, Dr. Vince Felitti was chief of Kaiser Permanente's Department of Preventative Medicine in San Diego, and he served as the head of an obesity clinic focused on dramatic weight loss through techniques that allowed the patients to avoid surgery. One day, he interviewed a patient who had regained in just 6 months weight that she'd worked hard for 2 years to lose. Dr. Felitti misspoke in speaking with this patient. He meant to ask her, how old were you when you first became sexually active? And instead he asked, how much did you weigh when you first became sexually active? Just a misspeaking. Her answer was 40 pounds. So through this mistake, Dr. Felitti learned that this patient had her first sexual experience with her father when she was just 4 years old. Just weeks after this encounter, when pressed about seemingly random binge eating in response to a flirtatious coworker, another patient disclosed to Dr. Felitti a lengthy incest history with her grandfather. So as Dr. Felitti, he started noticing this relationship between childhood trauma and obesity, and he began to incorporate questions regarding past sexual abuse into his routine checkups. And the correlation soon became undeniable. In the mid-1990s, he teamed up with Dr. Robert Anda of the CDC, and the two physicians would publish this study that would forever alter the understanding of the relationship between childhood trauma and negative health outcomes. And the study consisted, it was conducted between 1995 and 1997, and they surveyed over 17,000 patients through a questionnaire that asked about their history of exposure to traumatic events in childhood, what they would call adverse childhood experiences. The experiences were organized into the traditional 10 categories, and the maximum ACE score is 10. It's only 1 point for every one that you experience. If your parents were divorced, you get 1 point. If your parents were divorced twice, you still just get 1 point. It's 1 point per category, and the minimum score is 0 if you did not experience any of these traumatic events. So after collecting the results of the questionnaires, the doctors compared the respondents' ACE scores to the respondents' medical records available to them. And the results were what they would call groundbreaking. So first, the study found that ACEs are strikingly common. Over 2/3, 67% of the 17,000 respondents reported having at least one ACE, and 12.6% reported experiencing 4 or more. Second, it found a strong dose-response relationship between ACEs and health outcomes. So in the context of the ACE study, the researchers found overwhelming evidence that increased levels of exposure to trauma in childhood heavily increased the negative health outcomes later in life. And one of the more powerful aspects of the study is that its focus went beyond what we might think is an intuitive link between early childhood trauma and risky behaviors, right? One might sort of logically think if you experience trauma in childhood, you may be more likely to be abuse drugs or alcohol, engage in risky sexual behaviors, but this went deeper. It showed that respondents with an ACE score of 6 or above had a 15% or greater chance than those with an ACE score of 0 of suffering from any of the 10 leading causes of death in the United States, including heart disease and cancer. Subsequent studies have found that a person that experiences 6 or more ACEs died on average 20 years earlier than a person who suffered 0. So the original ACE study boldly classified childhood adversity as a critical public health issue in the US. And perhaps more profound was that the study's results were not derived from a pool of low-income respondents from troubled communities that lacked basic resources. Instead, these respondents were solidly middle class. 70% of them were white and college educated, and they overwhelmingly had access to good healthcare. So the ACE study sparked a movement and inspired a new body of research that would more clearly illustrate the impact of ACEs on the individual and reveal the most vulnerable communities that suffer the most trauma. I mentioned social disadvantage as a category of ACEs. Now, this category seeks to wrap into one, the trauma produced by economic hardship, community violence, racial discrimination, and historical trauma. It's kind of a beast. Two of the leading factors working to increase the likelihood of childhood trauma for children is poverty and racial discrimination. After all, a child whose life is defined by consistent hunger, significant violence, and racial oppression experiences never-ending feelings of heightened fear and terror, leading to inevitable toxic stress. Toxic stress is a clear answer to why and how childhood trauma impacts long-term health. Everyone has a stress response. We talk about it in the fight or flight, right? Your heartbeat increases, the adrenaline kicks in, and this is normal. This is biological, this is evolutionary. However, when that stress response becomes unregulated, the body suffers the long-term consequences. Nadine Burke-Harris likens a healthy stress response to what happens when you encounter a bear in the forest. That stress response might keep you alive. However, a toxic stress response occurs when you live with the bear, when it's ever present in your life. Black children experience higher levels of toxic stress in the United States because they are Black. Being Black in America means that you live with the bear. It's no surprise then that a majority of Black children experience an ACE, at least 61%. A 2019 report found that Black children were 45% more likely than white children to experience one ACE, and at least 21% more likely to experience 3 or more. Black children are then left to deal with the aftermath of negative effects on their cognitive, behavioral, and health outcomes. We know living in poverty is traumatic, and Black Americans have the highest poverty rate in the US, 18.8% compared to just 7.3% of non-Hispanic whites. But this also allows us to take the important first step in confronting the ugly intersection between poverty and race. My co-authors and I believe that Black children experience trauma because it is traumatic to be raised as a Black child in the United States. Oppression and racial discrimination are not sometimes experiences, right? They're pervasive factors that impact every area of a Black child's life, from his home environment to his school's disciplinary system, and from his nutritional diet to his relationship with his caregivers, and so on. Black children, and particularly Black children living in poverty, are forced to spend less time learning about the world around them and more time struggling to survive within it. And herein lies the ultimate problem. It must be acknowledged that for decades and for generations, Black children have been forced to grow up in communities where traumatic experiences are often considered normal, and where ACEs are not experiences to be avoided or protected against, but instead mark a day in the life of Black America. Author and activist K. Ron Valentine likens these communities to war zones. He writes the following: "For these kids, the war zone encompasses a place they call home. And home is a place where many of them are taught to strive to make it out before it kills them. For these young residents, the response is not post-traumatic because they continue to experience traumatic events every day." Low-income neighborhoods often lack adequate social and municipal services, possess higher crime rates, and are unable to provide safe playgrounds and other opportunities for children to explore, socialize, and grow. Not to mention the families and communities that have been decimated by America's fascination with and addiction to mass incarceration. Urban poverty passes from generation to generation. In fact, 70% of Black Americans living in the nation's poorest neighborhoods today are from families who lived in those same communities in the 1960s. And let me be clear, it's no accident that communities of concentrated poverty are disproportionately Black. In his renowned work, The Color of Law, Richard Rothstein details that such residential racial segregation is the direct result of a history of federal, state, and local practices. Because of the state-sanctioned discrimination, along with deindustrialization and out-migration, poor Black Americans live in neighborhoods far more segregated and disadvantaged than those occupied by similarly situated whites. This residential racial discrimination dilutes any potential protective factors that can safeguard against ACEs and children experiencing them in those communities. So my role today was to provide sort of a foundation of ACEs, kind of a background, what it is, and to explain the fact that Black children are more prone to experience them. And this works to kind of form our hypothesis today, and I will turn it over to Dean Cummings at this time to explain what that hypothesis is.
Greetings, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Awesome, thank you. So we're delighted to be here with you, and I wanted to just take a minute and thank Connor Thompson and Molly Currington and the Journal of Social Change and Public Service for hosting this important symposium event today. And I'm delighted to be joined by Todd Clark, Caleb Conrad, and Judge Johnson, Judge Amy Johnson, to report on some work that we've been doing together. So the four of us we've published 2 articles. The third is coming. Each of them has to do with trauma and the criminal justice system. And it was at a lunch probably 2 years ago that Amy Johnson and I were sort of talking, and she asked me if I knew what an ACE was. I said, yeah, I play cards, I know what an ACE is. And she said, no, I'm talking about adverse childhood experiences. And that lunch has really launched me and us, the 4 of us, into a real exploration of how adverse childhood experiences really impact health adult outcomes, particularly when children have experienced trauma. And what Amy and I talked about that day that was really mind-boggling to me, was she introduced this idea to me that it's possible that policing in the United States and the criminal justice system put additional trauma into the lives of Black and brown children. So Caleb just did a wonderful job describing what ACEs are and what trauma is, and introducing to us the idea that Black and brown children and families suffer traumas that are more dramatic than other populations in the United States. But I wanted to talk for a few minutes about how policing in the United States adds additional trauma into the lives of Black and brown children. And I want to start by talking about the conservative commentator, John McWhorter. So John McWhorter was trying to understand the OJ verdict. I don't know how many of you guys still remember that OJ Simpson was accused of murdering his ex-wife. There was a big national trial, or there was a big trial that was nationally recognized. OJ Simpson ended up being acquitted of the murder. But what John McWhorter didn't understand was why all of the Black folks that he knew celebrated OJ Simpson getting off, and why all of the Black people that he knew were really like sort of beside themselves that what appeared to be a killer was going free. And so John McWhorter started going around the country talking to Black and brown and white folks about this. And he said that there wasn't a single instance that he can remember where a Black person didn't mention a bad experience that they'd had with the police in their lives. And he said he began to understand the celebration of OJ getting off basically as a indictment against policing in the United States, because so many African American citizens and residents of our country are abused by police in the United States. Here's what I want to do to help illustrate this. So one of the co-authors of my Hip Hop and Law text is Donald Tibbs. And Donald Tibbs tells a story about being a 13-year-old sitting on the steps of his middle school during a summer day when a group of white police officers pull up, accuse him of breaking into the school. And when Tibbs says to the police officers, not only didn't I break into the school, but you can see that there's dust on the floor inside the school, there's no footprints. So obviously I didn't break into the school. And the white police officer pulled out a revolver and held it to his head as a 13-year-old for having the temerity to say, I didn't break into the school. Look, there's dust on the floor. I want you all to think about that for a second. I've been pulled over in my life many times. Unfortunately, I have a lead foot, and so I speed often. I've never had a gun put to my head by a police officer. And I posit today that Donald Tibbs' experience is illustrative of the experience that many Black Americans have with policing in the United States. And I want to be even more dramatic than that. Let's talk about George Floyd for a minute. Let's talk about the fact that the cell phone video that was shot of George Floyd's murder under the knee of Derek Chauvin was shot by a 17-year-old Black girl. And my heart broke when I watched parts of the trial, and an 8 or 9-year-old Black girl described what it was like watching Derek Chauvin snuff the life out of George Floyd. And she basically said, I couldn't help him. This is a 9-year-old girl who was traumatized. Both of these young Black girls were traumatized at the George Floyd event. And we posited in our paper that every time an African-American or Latinx citizen in our country sees one of their own murdered by police, that's a specific trauma that they experience in their lives. And for those of us that don't experience this kind of trauma or relationship, yes, our heart breaks when we see someone that's murdered by the police, but it's often not someone that looks like us. And the broadest point, the most impactful point that I was hoping to make today is it's not just that Black and brown children and families are traumatized when they see murder. The police actually kill Black and brown children. Adam Toledo in Chicago, 13 years old, he was cut down by an officer in the streets of Chicago. Timmy Rice was 12 when police came upon the scene at a park in Cleveland, and within 2 seconds, Timmy Rice was shot and killed. Sincere Price was 16 years old when he was accused of driving a stolen car, and when he didn't stop the car immediately, the police shot and killed him. So not only do Black and brown children suffer, in our view, the trauma of watching murder of their own, but police kill and harm Black and brown children. I want to conclude by describing Jacob Blake. You'll remember in the summer of the protests of George Floyd, that Jacob Blake in Wisconsin was acting erratically, and the video shows that he was walking around his car. He wasn't stopping when the police told it to. And as he was sort of getting into his car, a white police officer shot Jacob Blake in the back. What's not often reported in the news is that in the backseat of Jacob Blake's car were just 3 young Black children who watched their father get shot by the police for nothing more than not immediately complying when the police asked him to slow down or to stop. We ask you all to consider, is policing in the United States an additional trauma that's added to the lives of Black and brown families? And we think that it is. And I'll tell you why and then turn this over to Todd. Policing in the United States, its historical roots come from slave patrols. So if you think about the slave patrols in the South, and if you think about the fact that police departments evolved from slave patrols, slave patrol's primary purpose was to find, control, and even murder Black bodies. That was the reason. If policing has evolved from a place where catching and controlling Black bodies is the primary function, we argue, and I think fairly persuasively in our article, that the very culture of policing in the United States is anti-Black and toxic. I wrote an article called Reforming Policing a few years ago, where I sort of take this subject on and talk about what we could do to differentiate policing in this day and age. And my view is that we just have to root out policing as we know it, reform it completely. Judge Johnson a little later is going to talk about what we think some of our solutions are to these traumas that are added into the lives of Black and brown children. But if policing has evolved from a place of anti-Blackness, and if you think about Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and Rayshon Brooks and Sean Bell and Oscar Grant, and go on and on and on with all of these unarmed Black men and women being killed by police and killed by people that are vigilanteists. We get to a place where it's almost as if policing is about controlling and harming Black bodies. And that's something that we think is traumatic. We think that's something that adds trauma into the lives of these children. And I just want to emphasize a point that Kayla made earlier. If you have have 6 or more ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, traumas in your life as a child, you are going to live 20 years less than someone that has 0 traumas in their life. So not only are these traumas impacting the outlook and the opportunities for these young Black and brown children, it's actually impacting their ability to live a long life. Which leads me to the point as I hand this over to Professor Clark at St. Thomas. We have to do better. We literally have to do better than traumatizing Black and brown children through the system of policing in the United States. At this point, I'm going to hand it to Todd, who's going to talk about the criminal justice system and how that impacts Black and brown families and children.
Myself, there we go. One, I want to just thank everyone for giving me and sort of our team an opportunity to speak. I'm really excited to be here and very thankful. It is always a pleasure for me to have an opportunity to work with Dean Cummings, Judge Johnson, and Caleb. We think the world of each other, specifically Caleb. That's why we kind of let him kick it off. And I mean, I think he's one of your own, and he is just so dynamic. So you guys have done a wonderful job of creating amazing law students that turn into phenomenal lawyers. So I couldn't begin without starting there.
Todd, I don't know if you know this, Todd, but Judge Johnson is one of our own as well. So
that's even better, right? Like
we claim them both as Bowman grads.
If that's the representation of UALR, man, that's extremely impressive, because those people knock me off my feet every time we have a conversation, and I truly mean that. So I did want to kind of touch on something that Caleb mentioned and that Professor Cummings mentioned, or Dean Cummings mentioned, just about sort of this Kaiser Permanente study, and the fact that when you talk about someone that experiences 6 or more ACEs in their lifetime, their lifespan is cut approximately 20 years in regards or in respect to someone that has only experienced 0 or has experienced no ACEs. When you think about that, right? The thing is we're talking about the trauma, right? We're talking about this concept of trauma. And Caleb did a wonderful job of indicating that the individuals that participated in that study to obtain that information were mostly middle class to affluent individuals. If I remember correctly, 70% of them or more were college educated, and they had financial resources to address the issues of trauma that exist in their community. And so I always think it's like really important to emphasize that, because imagine if that study was recreated on a vulnerable population, right? Then instead of having a 20-year shortage, because I think we're holding on to this 20 years as though that has some impact, and it does, but I don't know that 20 years tells the true story of the impact that you would experience in minority communities that don't have the same access. So instead of 20 years, it could be 30 or 40 years less, right? And so I really want to circle back around to kind of talk a little bit before I begin about why we thought this paper was important, and really the focus of sort of our initial research, which is that our position is that the Black youth experience with law enforcement in America is an ACE, right? That's important to make this clear, that when Black children encounter law enforcement, because those experiences tend to be overwhelmingly negative, that overwhelmingly negative experience should be treated as an ACE for the purposes of evaluating trauma. That's where we find that our work is sort of creating a new niche in this space, and why we think the work is so innovative. And so that sort of positions me to talking about, well, how does this happen, right? I know that I was sort of charged with talking about sort of the negative history of not just policing, but the criminal justice system towards African Americans or towards Black children and Black individuals that are accused of crimes in America. But I want to talk about something else before I get into that dovetails nicely with what Professor Cummings was talking about with respect to children. One of the things that many postulate as to the reason that Black children are often mistreated by law enforcement is known as this sort of adultification theory, which is this idea that individuals typically perceive Black children to be older than they actually are. And so there was some research recently, some recent research that basically said that there's a perception that when you look at that, when individuals, participants, there was a study, the participants looked at these African-American children, they were shown, so I'll tell you a little bit about it. They were shown photographs alongside descriptions of various crimes and asked to assess the age and innocence of white, Black, or Latino boys, and the boys were aged between 10 and 17. The participants estimated the age of Blacks the age of the Black children 4.5 years older than the white or Latino children. So they were just inaccurate in terms of assessing the age of the youth. And so particularly when the youth were matched with serious crimes, this sort of age disparity was even more distorted. And so this evidence kind of shows that, according to the articles, that the perceptions of the essential nature of children can be affected by race. And for Black children, this can mean that they lose the protection afforded and assumed of childhood innocence well before they become adult, with the average age overestimation for Black boys exceeding 4.5 years. And so Black children may be perceived as adults when they're just 13 years old. And this has scary consequences for the way that we think about the law, right? The way that Black children are typically mistreated. If you think over a decade ago, you had a 7-year-old Ayanna Stanley Jones. She was fatally shot by the Detroit police who were looking for a murder suspect. Or in 2012, you had Trayvon Martin, who was wrongfully killed by sort of this overzealous person that was trying to police the community where in an area where he lived in close proximity. You had 2014 Tamir Rice, who was shot when he was only 12 and the police believed him to be 20, right? So one of the things that's sort of underlying this mistreatment of Black youth is this ideology that these Black youth are adults, and this adultification is at least one of the arguments that people are or scholars are assessing to why this over-policing occurs. And so that's really problematic because we don't see the same type of over-policing in non-Black communities. And that's really where the essence of sort of our work is focusing on, is that there is this substantial mistreatment of Black children. Why does it occur? Understanding why it occurs, and understand that this is a serious trauma that's perpetrated against Black children. Another thing that we found, or at least that I found very compelling, is I was looking at some recent research, and there's a recent article that came out from the Associated Press, and there were 3,000, it looked at more than 3,000 incidents of kids being handled forcibly by the police. And more than half of the children were Black. Now let's keep that in mind. So you got 3,000 children that were involved that were handled forcibly. Out of the 3,000 children, more than half them Black. But the problem is that in the area, the child population in the area, Black children only made up 15%, yet they made up 50% of the circumstances where Black children were handled forcibly. Why does this happen in America, right? And so, the critical point that I was really asked to talk about, in addition to those things, is the fact that this is not just limited to policing in America. We also see these types of sort of mistreatment of African Americans throughout the criminal justice process, in terms of the policing, which is the front end. We talk about sentencing, we talk about bail, we talk about charging. One of the more interesting examples of charging was involved, and we talk a little bit about this in our paper, was the infamous example of the Jenna 6 that were from Jenna, Louisiana, and they were charged with attempted second-degree murder after an altercation with a white student. And there were a lot of other precipitating factors, right? So the short of it is that these 6 individuals got involved in the fisticuffs with this one white student. And after this sort of fisticuffs, right, there were no weapons or anything like that at the incident. The prosecutors in that town ended up charging several of the kids, of the youth, the African American of the six, ended up charging them with second-degree murder. And the way that they were able to justify that was by arguing that the shoes that the African-American student was wearing was a weapon. I mean, it was just unbelievable, right? And so, you know, we see this issue throughout, not just in policing, but we also see it in the criminal justice system. And I think that sort of it underlies the way that sort of America in general dehumanizes African Americans. And one of the things that Professor Tibbs writes about is sort of the devaluation of the Black body in America. And it has its historical roots. And I think Professor Cummings mentioned that a little bit when he talked about slave patrols in America. So I want to stop here because I want to give Judge Johnson an opportunity to, you know, say her piece.
Thank you so much, Todd. And I want to thank my co-authors. I want to thank the journal and Anastasia Bowles. I mean, this is a great event, a great conversation, and I just so appreciate you all for being here as well and being willing to engage in this conversation with us. And I probably should have said this at the outset. You know, if y'all have questions, jump in. I mean, I have about 10 or 15 minutes that I can talk, but I mean, to the extent that we can move this toward a conversation, I'd like to see that happen. But I just real briefly want to talk about, well, first of all, just say why this is important to me as a judge. That conversation that Dre mentioned that we had over lunch a few years ago started because, you know, the medical literature has recognized adverse childhood experiences for a couple of decades as something that impacts the long-term health of Americans. And as I sat down and looked at and started reading about this a number of years ago, each of the ACEs that's listed in that survey have some sort of nexus to our justice system. And so I feel like it is important for me as a judge, and I think for us as lawyers, to recognize that the genesis of a lot of trauma in America comes from our justice system, but also that our justice system is in a position to mitigate and stop that trauma. And so that's really, I think, at the heart of what we are hoping to accomplish with the work that we're doing on this. This is a public health crisis. If you were to look and treat the number of children in the United States who have an incarcerated parent, if you were to treat that as a chronic health condition in America, it would be the second most prevalent chronic health condition in the United States. The scale of this cannot be understated. And, you know, I think too that there's been a disconnect over the years too, as we've talked about racial disparities in health. We have a racial disparities in health commission here in Arkansas that is looking at specifically why we have worse health outcomes for Black and brown individuals in our country than we do for white and non-Hispanic folks. And I think this gets to a significant piece of why that is. And it's something that I think needs to be looked at as a public health crisis that is really, quite frankly, incumbent upon our legal system to try to address. And so what I want to talk about, let me say this other thing too. Arkansas consistently has the highest incident of ACEs in the country. So this is something that is in our backyard. And I think that it's something that as emerging leaders in our legal community, that this is something that I hope that you will take into consideration and think about as you move on in your career as a lawyer, what it is that you can do and should be doing as a lawyer to address this issue. So I want to talk a little bit about the implications of this. And I want to begin by talking about that there is emerging research in the social sciences and medical fields that is just beginning to recognize this link between aggressive policing and poor health outcomes for Black and brown youth. So we've looked at a fairly recent study that talks about 3 particular types of police encounters that generate trauma for Black and brown children. The first is exposure to racial profiling. And we know from, I believe Professor Clark had mentioned this, we have, and this is a function of having racist messages in society that we internalize about Black and brown folks, where we associate Blackness with danger. And that is a stereotype that gets internalized and is something that plays out when we see police interactions happening. Because there's a perceived threat, the police are gonna overreact and are gonna respond in a more aggressive manner. So that exposure to racial profiling, if we're targeting Black and brown folks, and there's already a perceived internalized sense that there is going to be a threat, we're already looking at increased chance of escalation. The second is the exposure to police violence as another vector for creating trauma in youth. And I mean, the stories in the media that we read about daily are replete with examples where Black children are being routinely exposed to police violence. Philando Castile's girlfriend, she had a 4-year-old daughter in the back of the car. And if you watch that video, I mean, that child is forever traumatized for having been in the back of the car and having witnessed the murder of Philando Castile just inches away from her. Rakia Young is a Black mother in Philadelphia who just happened to be driving through a section of town where there had been a police shooting just hours earlier. She had her 4-year-old child with her and her 16-year-old nephew. And as they drove through the intersection where police had gathered, things were taped off, she just was driving through. Police pulled her out of the car, pulled her nephew out of the car, and beat them while this 2-year-old child was in the back of the car. The police took this child and separated him from his mother and his nephew, who was effectively kidnapped. And this child now, when he talks about the incident, he's pulling out his hair, and he can't sleep at night. I mean, this is a 2-year-old child. And whenever you say police in front of them, he starts yelling what he heard the police say that night. I mean, this was a horribly traumatic experience for this child that is going to carry through his life. And so exposure to police violence is the second of the 3 main areas that some of the emerging research is indicating causes these negative health outcomes. The third is the exposure to caregiver encounters with police, which the Rakia Young example and the Philando Castile example illustrate. And it goes even beyond that, because the research is also showing that folks who are Black and brown are disproportionately targeted by police just for everyday encounters. And the more encounters you have, the more of a chance there is that those encounters are going to end up escalating. And the more likely those encounters are to escalate, the more likely we're going to end up in a situation where that parent is incarcerated. And we already know from even the original ACEs study that the incarceration of a parent is already an ACE. We are depriving children of the bond that they have with a parent. We're depriving children of the income and support and love of that parent by incarcerating them. And so, and I think that this theme sort of goes throughout. I mean, there are, and I think it was Professor Clark who mentioned this. I mean, we start with the policing and then the bail and bond system, and then we go to prosecutorial discretion, and then how the judge interacts with the system. It's a continuum. And so in thinking about this exposure to caregiver encounters with police, we're seeing a continuum that ultimately results in the incarceration of a disproportionate number of Black and brown individuals, particularly Black men in our carceral system. And these disparities cannot be explained by similarities in the crimes committed. If you take the same crime and it is committed by a Black person or a white person, the punishment that is exacted against Black folks is harsher, is longer, and quite frankly exceeds the rates of criminality. If you were to take the rates of criminality as between different racial populations, there's just no explanation for it other than the system that is resulting in these outcomes has racist structures baked in. And so just before I move on to solutions, is there anyone that, I mean, I want to give y'all a chance to jump in. I mean, this is a lot that we're kind of throwing at you. I'm seeing some nods and I'm seeing, I see someone back here who's got a question.
I have a question. Do you think Shop with a Cop programs or other programs that encourage police to interact with Black children, do you think these help or further traumatize children?
Ooh. So the question was, do you think that, and I may ask if my other co-panelists have, because you're getting to the solutions, like we have these ideas for things that we think are going to improve police relationships with the community, that we hope will reduce perceptions on the part of, communities that are frequently having negative experiences with police to then have a positive experience. I will tell you that, and this is really one of the biggest thrusts of the solutions that we propose, there is no data. There is no data. We have, and this is something that we think is just a first step in trying to understand and address this issue. Number one, we do not have consistent data on violent interactions between police and individuals, police shootings. I mean, we don't have basic, consistent data collection even on this most central issue. So we have to understand that to even get to a point where we can look at solutions. And there are no, and this is part of, we have some suggestions that we want to put out there with the caveat that if we really want to improve things, we have to be in a position to actually show that they work. The Shop with a Cop program, and my co-panelists may have other thoughts about this, feels to me like,
no, go ahead, Amy.
Band-aid for a much deeper problem. But Dre's got an opinion about that.
I do as well. And Dre, did you want to go?
Let's defer to you, Todd.
Oh, wow. You guys don't know how big that is. So one of the things that I wanted to say very quickly about that is I think it just underscores, one, I think it's a great question. Do I think that it could have a meaningful impact? I personally do. But I also think it's important to sort of understand what that means by the impact that it can have. The one thing that all of us, when we all sat down to write this piece, right? It wasn't just about policing, as Judge Johnson just said. It's policing, it's sentencing, it's bail, it's all of the various components of the criminal justice system, right? So if you think about policing as the front door, that's only one component of it. So do I think that those types of initiatives, like I've seen a lot of stuff on social media where you'll have a police officer that pulls up at an urban playground and he's playing basketball with the young people at the park. I think that those things are great. I think that there's a lot of value in that. I think that it humanizes sort of the experience for both the individuals in that community and law enforcement to facilitate better relations. But as the point that I would make is that's only one part of it, right? I don't know how much that influences the bail process or the prosecutor's ability to exercise discretion in a more responsible way. So, some of our sort of our work and our solutions talk about what are the different things that we could do at the various levels. And before I flip over the Dre, I would even throw out a question because we have two people on our panel that actually do this. Like Professor Cummings and I, we teach and we talk about all kind of stuff, but we have Caleb and Amy that are actually out there, you know, in the midst of the criminal justice system. You know, one of the things maybe they could talk about is how being trauma informed influences the way that, let's say, Caleb prosecutes and the way that Judge Johnson judges, right? So I'd be interested to hear about that, but Professor Cummings?
I'll be really brief here. Thanks for those answers. Great question. So I'm also really happy to be co-sponsoring this symposium with the Journal of Social Change with the Center for Racial Justice and Criminal Justice Reform, because you may or may not know, we just received a $210,000 grant from Walmart to engage in the enhanced community policing program, and Shop with the Cop is part of that. So I think that was you, Natasha, that asked the question, but what I'll say is our approach to reforming policing, and Amy might get to this, is multi-pronged. We have to change how we hire police. We have to change how we train police. We have to change the culture and the idea that police are the right people to deal with mental health breaks and other issues when it should be, and drug addiction when it should be other government agencies that deal with those situations. So the enhanced community policing part is a small piece, but we do believe that if we hire differently and train differently, and we're working on raising more money for those programs as well, that if people interact with police that are community oriented, that are trauma informed, that are not racist, sexist, homophobic, we can start getting to a different place of policing in the United States. So I'm going to say yes. I think Shop with the Cop can help. Yes, you know, hoops with cops. You know, that can help. But that's certainly not the panacea. That's certainly not where we need to start. But this money from Walmart is going to give us a real opportunity to get into the community, to really like do national research on the very best community policing practices that are out there. And I know that there are a few departments that are starting to get it right. And that's what we need to look for. That's what we need to start modeling. That's what we need to start is this idea that law enforcement is going to enhance communities and not take down an enemy, or not discriminate and traumatize Black and brown families.
Yes. I have a question for you. Did you put the lens of generational behavior to what you're looking at? Generational behavior, the establishment of new norms when it comes to the whole criminal justice and the crimes that are committed, and the internal and external messaging that our community gets.
Okay, so this is a question about generational trauma. Am I hearing generational trauma?
Crime, racism, police have always been with us. Okay, so did you look at it from a generational aspect and from internal and external messaging that now goes on and the establishment of new norms?
This is an important point, I think, because what we are seeing is structural. I think that a lot of people perceive in these conversations that when we talk about this, that we are saying that police officers are bad or that police officers are racist. Police officers, I believe, are trying to do their job, but they're doing their job within a structure that does not, well, that actively perpetuates these kinds of traumas. And looking from a generational perspective, this is something that, even when you talk about trauma is generational, and it creates self-perpetuating cycles of trauma. And I know that the work that you specifically do in our community and helping with reentry. I mean, we're trying to break that cycle, right? Which is incredibly difficult to do, but we have to look, I think, at pretty global approaches for dealing with this that can interrupt those cycles. And it's a big, hairy undertaking that I think is going to encompass quite a bit. We have a lot of ideas about it, but I think that we have to start with understanding and having the data to even be able to pinpoint the issue, and then collecting data on these interventions that we propose to find out what's going to actually work. I think part of, at least and from my perspective, a huge underpinning to all of this is that our criminal justice system is designed to punish. We punish, and in the process, traumatize people further. And we do not try to rehabilitate and get at the root causes of what is going on and causing this. And we are seeing, recidivism rates that are too high. But what we're doing is we're releasing people who we have locked up and thrown away and then re-traumatized with no meaningful effort to try to rehabilitate and equip and deal with the issues that got people in those positions to begin with. And it's a huge ask, I think, of society to do this. So much of this is baked into our political rhetoric, and the war on drugs. I mean, so as we think about the war on drugs is a big piece of part of what we see needing to be unwound in all of this. I mean, that the political rhetoric surrounding the war on drugs was all about using race neutral language to impose a structure that had the disparate impact of locking up Black and brown folks. And that's what we have to interrupt. It's a very non-specific response, I think, to your question, in part because it's just such a huge issue, but it's intergenerational. And then you also mentioned one other thing I want to make sure that we touch on, and I want to make sure too that my co-panelists have an opportunity to respond. But the internal, you were talking about the internal rhetoric or the internal, and maybe tell us a little bit more about that. And then
when I mentioned generational, the African Americans' response to crime has changed over time. Okay. Early on, crime was an embarrassment to us.
Yes.
Okay. So we've got a generational change that has happened in crime. Okay. It's a new norm, if you will. And it's impacted by a lot of the internal as well as external messaging that has gone on in our community. Black women were told affirmatively, you can't raise Black boys. That's insane. How can you carry a child for 9 months and not be able to raise them? But that was the internal as well as the external messaging that caused her in some instances to stop trying, okay? So I'm saying around this whole thing of crime, we have to look at what changed generationally. That, because, I'm from that generation that was more than spanked, and it didn't kill me, nor did I go to jail. There was a change in our society that impacted whether or not a parent could legally spank their own child while being killed by the cops. So there are some internal and external and new norms that impacts a lot of what is okay now. And we have sent so many confusing messages out there until it is absolutely unreal for that population, that new population who's dealing with new norms when it comes to crime and committing crime, that it's hard to sort it out sometimes.
So I think I get your question. I think you and I would probably have some really compelling conversation just by the one comment that you made about mothers and little boys. I have a son, so I'm a father, and there are some perspectives that I have about being a parent and raising young men. You know, one of those being that clearly you can have, there are some amazing mothers out there, but you know, a young man needs a father to show him the way. And I think those things are really important. But I will say this, I love how you are talking about this idea about there are generational changes. And I think that those things are absolutely true. Like you know, I was telling someone the other day about the Board of Education. When I was in school, if you acted up, you went to the principal's office and you got the Board of Education. I mean, it was, you know, if you did something wrong, not only would you get the whooping at school, but you're going to get a whooping on the way home from somebody else's mama before you even get touched by your own mama, right? So I think that there's a change in the way that we sort of evaluate these, because now it's like, don't touch my baby, right? And that's a different philosophy. But one of the things that has not changed in America is the way that sort of American institutions have devalued Black bodies. And I think that that's one of the things that, so when we heard the question, I think that's why we were trying to get our minds wrapped around it, because one of the things, and we didn't want to spend a whole lot of time with this, but Professor Cummings normally goes into, and Caleb spend a lot of time talking about how police departments were even created, and they grew out of slave patrols, which were designed to go and capture the slaves and bring them back and brutalize slaves. And then you notice all this sort of creation of police departments that grew up out of the slave patrols, and it was all about abusing, mistreating, and taking the rights away from Black folk. And one of the things that has happened is the criminal justice system then and the criminal justice system now is still created or designed or operates in a way to perpetrate these the discrimination against African Americans. And this isn't just conjecture. I mean, the data in the statistics, you know, parse this out, that African Americans are if you have an African American and a white that is charged with the same crime, the African American typically gets a harsher sentence. Or if you have both individuals that are charged with the same crime, the bail for the African American is typically higher than the bail for the white individual. So, I mean, one of the things, even though there are changes that are happening within the community, there's a status quo that is operating within the criminal justice system that disadvantages Blacks, and that has not changed, and that's what needs to change.
I just wanted to add 60 seconds here about messaging. I want you all to think back to Michael Brown and the fact that Michael Brown's body laid in the streets of Ferguson for more than 4 hours. And that was a message. That was a message from the police to the Black community that we can do this to you. And if you know, and if you want to know who's in charge, those of us that can kill you will also put your body out in the street for 4 hours. And when we go to messaging, I just want to be really careful here to keep in mind that Professor Clark's point about what hasn't changed is the anti-Blackness, the anti-Black policing and criminal justice system. That has not changed. It's still in place. We have to figure out a way to root it out.
Can you all, I hope most folks in here have seen this, Donald Glover's This Is America video. I can't think of a more poignant piece of art that just so perfectly and complexly articulates what it must be to be Black in America. And you see in the opening scene where everything's fine and he's dancing, and I mean, almost, you know, where America looks to Black bodies to entertain us. And then he turns around and shoots a bullet, and the person just lays on the floor, and then people come and get him. There's all these layers to it. And, you know, as I think about messaging, I think Donald Glover did a really good job of sort of capturing what that experience looks like. I mean, and you even see policing in there. You see how cell phones and how pervasive now we have the ability now to, as citizens, to record what we're seeing going on. And I just, if you've not had a chance to watch that video, it's an extremely, I think, powerful message that I think pretty poignantly expresses the messages that Black folks in America get about the value of their lives. Good time.
Yeah, we have time for more.
I don't know if this will be a question or a comment, but back to what we were talking about, the shop with the cop programs who've been, they're meant to really dismantle the misunderstanding one side has from another. I guess what I want to know is what tools do you see that are available that help Black and Brown youth navigate those conversations with the older generation in our community that we're trying to heal and create this better symbiotic relationship, but also I understand, hear, and validate the trauma you went through, because storytelling is such a powerful tool in our community that, growing up, we hear all the things that happen and how the apprehensions of the white people have had on us. So going out into the world, we already know certain things, which already puts us at disadvantage. And it hinders us from having those more peaceful relationships. So I feel like we're at a time where there really is a disconnect between my generation and the older ones. So if I am trying to create a better cycle going forward, how do I navigate that conversation without invalidating everything that has happened? Does that make sense? So do you see tools or ways to really navigate that conversation?
No, that makes
If we don't address that, then all the things we're doing now, like you said, it's a Band-Aid. It won't work. So
that's a hard question.
that's too much, we can talk about it later. But that's what's on my mind about this.
You know what? It's questions like that. I'm not even going to come back here anymore, because that's one of the types of questions that stomps me. And I'm like, I've never really stopped on our panel, but it's such a profound question, because the essence of it is, hey, you guys, I understand that there's this historical narrative, right? And, I have this, you as the person that asked the question, I have this desire to make things better. And I understand that there's this historical narrative and disconnect, but I want to serve as a bridge between these two groups to bring them together. And I understand that maybe presenting the historical narrative and maybe the way that it has been may make it more difficult to sort of establish this bridge. How do I have that conversation in a way that brings people together, right? Have I mischaracterized the essence of the question?
No, you haven't. That's what I'm getting at, because in the Black community, it's really shaped the way we do act and react in this world. So it's how do I not forget that? Because I never want to, but also going forward, I don't want this to be a hindrance of all the things we could be. And so it's just really hard to navigate those conversations. How do we do that effectively?
I always, what I do say is, I do think that there's a value in talking about the past, right? Because the past does influence the way that we think about the future and the way that we operate and respond to the challenges that it presents. So I do think that there's a value in that historical narrative. But I also think part of the way to bridge the gap is to say, the world around us is changing. I'll tell you my story, right? A little story. I'm in Miami. I wish I could show you guys. I live in Miami. I'm right on the bay. I can look out and see the water. But right behind me is Biscayne Boulevard, which is one of the major roads that in the Miami area, where the Miami Heat play, they play right on Biscayne Boulevard. It's up the road. So when the Black Lives Matter protests were starting to proliferate, I hear all of these people say her name, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? And I see all of these people walking out, right? And I'm like, I got to get involved, right? So I throw on my shoes and I run down the street and I'm protesting and we're filling up the street. And the thing that was so empowering to me was the fact that when I looked around, there were Black people, there were white people, there were Hispanic people, there were Asian people, and they were all unified for this one goal of talking about or opposing police brutality. And that is a powerful story in of itself, to say that, look at all of the people that are coming together. Look at the people that you have on this panel. Look at the people in the room. Look at the nature of this conversation. Now, I could be wrong, right? You know, I taught at West Virginia University with Professor Cummings, so I've taught in the South. I don't know that we would have had these types of conversations in such an open format and honest format in the South in, let's say, you know, 15, 20 years ago, right? So I do think that the world, that there is some evidence that people are willing to listen, that these issues are starting to gravitate towards the forefront. One of the things that Professor Cummings and I start to track, or, you know, we kind of look at is, you know, we look at, you know, what's happening on Wall Street. I think by the fact that Walmart opened its pocketbook, right, to provide resources and funds to your school to create a program that Professor Cummings and his partner oversee to address these types of issues, I think that there's value in that. So I think in talking about the historical perspective and talking about some of the positive things that we can see today could be enough fuel and energy to motivate you and your conversation to continue to move forward. So that's how I would address it. Address the past by highlighting the realities of it, because I don't think we want to lose that. But I also think talk about the energy of the future of what's going on around us now. And it's not just African Americans and Blacks that are, you know, that are fighting. It's that there are people from all walks of life that are fighting together to improve these outcomes.
I'm sorry, just one more question. Last week at work, a prosecuting attorney and I were talking, and this particular attorney could not articulate to me the factors that go into when we decide to charge children as adults. And from working at the public defender's office, every child I've seen charged as an adult is a Black boy. So could you talk about some of the factors that go into that decision making? And
I was a prosecutor for a year in Jefferson County. I spent some time the juvenile court. The truth is, that is an example of prosecutorial discretion. My part in this paper is to talk about prosecutors. And I believe, and I think it's maybe not debatable, the prosecutors are the most powerful actors in the criminal justice system. It's up to them who to charge, what to charge them with. They hold all the cards in plea negotiations, and it's inter-office policies generally when it comes to how to charge people. There can be, and unfortunately, we've talked about the lack of data. Many commentators say that prosecutors make decisions in a black box because they don't need to explain to you why they do things. You're a public defender?
I'm a clerk. Yeah.
Oh, well, you're at the public defender's office. You know, a lot of times you're not going to get explanations. You're not going to get, well, these are the factors I considered, and they don't have to.
A conversation outside of work.
Right. Well, but I'm just saying, even in your professional setting, they send you a plea deal, right? We're going to charge you as an adult, and as a public defender, you have to accept what the prosecutor sends. I mean, because ultimately they can pull the offer at any time. The offer that they come up with the charges that they come up with, and the length of sentence that they come up with, and they can pull it at any time and force you to go to trial. It's a very one-sided system, and that's why, just to take this second to say, you know, many people come to law school to make a difference. I see a room full of change makers here, and being a public defender, oh my God, it's so important. They're so overworked and so underpaid. But being a prosecutor with this lens of this discussion is incredibly powerful. And the conversations that I was able to have with my rather conservative counterparts at the Jefferson County Prosecutor's Office, you know, engaging in those discussions, I would ask a question: why are we doing this? Why aren't we doing it a different way? And a lot of times they just don't think about doing it in a different way. It's not that they're opposed, it's that they've never thought about it. You haven't followed.
But don't you think if we just, if it's up to the discretion of every prosecutor, it just seems like that's really ripe for disparities in how we charge children.
Bingo. I totally agree. Let me just say this: 85% of prosecutors around the country run unopposed in their nonpartisan elections, generally nonpartisan elections. And so I think electing prosecutors that promote transparency and promote a culture that's different than number of convictions you get and length of sentences. And you know, we got to stop prioritizing that and prioritizing getting real justice for victims in the community and even the defendants. That's the prosecutor's job as well. So you're dead on about that. It is up to the whim of a prosecutor most of the time, and you're not going to get an explanation as to the factors they consider whether to charge someone, and that's really frustrating. And we have to change that.
As we think about ways forward, I think that looking at, and I know that the previous presentation was talking a lot about transparency and data. And I know there was a discussion around the current court observation project that's going on, that's looking at what's happening in the courtrooms. I'd love to see data on charging decisions and plea offers. I mean, these are things that I think that we need to be demanding of our public servants when it comes to making these decisions.
And I'll just say something very quickly, and I think it kind of comes back to the question that I would have asked Amy and Caleb if I were there, which is that I think part of our sort of the essence of our project is, you know, it's more informative, right? Like to let people know that the youth Black experience with law enforcement, to getting people to think about that as an ACE in the impact of that. And so, you know, a good question could be, you know, okay, Caleb, you have discretion. How does having this information and working and actively engaging in this type of research, if you were back in your role as a prosecutor, how would that have sort of informed the way that you did your job? Would it have had a meaningful impact? And I think that's what we're thinking about from the perspective of our work.
We have a question over here that we have been long ignoring over here.
It has evolved over the last 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
We're talking about prosecutors. Can you see a way to encourage them to be more transparent without the legislature actually making laws to require that transparency? And I'm a St. Paul cop up in Minnesota. And I can tell you, a shop with a cop goes two ways. I can't speak for the kids that I've taken shopping, but I can tell you that it has affected me personally, and it affects every cop that I know that has gone to shop with a cop or national night out. But those two nights are not sufficient to build those bonds or build those relationships. And at least in St. Paul, in the summertime, every 2 weeks we have cookout barbecue where we bring 50, 60 cops and all over the city. Folks just come and we visit and we just hang out for a while. And that is that opportunity to humanize each other and to see each other as you're just a guy, you're just a gal.
As far as the transparency goes, I think that we need to elect people that embrace it. Kim Fox is the Cook County prosecutor in Illinois, Chicago. And she says very famously, you cannot measure what you don't. I'm going to butcher her quote, but you can't change what you can't measure, right? And she released several years of data as far as how they charge, how her office is charged, and what the amount of resources that they're providing for each type of charge. And it was felony shoplifting for under $300, which the Illinois legislature had deemed a felony. And so she couldn't justify to her constituents those amount of resources charging those crimes when the violence in Chicago, we all know the resources needed for that. And so just like the medical field, we have to be informed in these policies. A lot of times the answer is, well, we've always done it this way. And it's like, has it worked? I mean, is the community more safe? Do you feel like it's you know, what is our definition of community safety? As a prosecutor with that discretion, kind of talking about what Todd said, you know, if I got a file on my desk and I was a year out of law school making these decisions, I would have to get them approved, but I had a lot of discretion. It would weigh on me to give someone their first felony, because I know what that means for future job security, future housing. It would weigh on me. And so I think being informed in this area, doing this work with my phenomenal co-authors and being more educated, it's just having these discussions. But I think that you've got to elect people that embrace transparency. It's really concerning when police departments and prosecutors' offices don't embrace transparency. You have to ask why?
And judges.
And
Judges need to be transparent. I ran for office because I believe that I am accountable to the people who elected me, to the people that I serve. And I think, I mean, that all of my data, I mean, there are a lot of judges who would be really, really reluctant to do this because they like to be able to operate with kind of that shield of, you know, privacy or whatever, but we are accountable to the public. Our taxpayer dollars are paying our money, and I think that we should show something for it. And quite frankly, if I'm looking at my own data and I'm seeing trends that are problematic, I want to fix it. And that's, I think we have to elect people who have that openness and that learning mindset, who are willing to like, oh crap, you know, I'm doing this wrong. This is not, or this is not working. We have to elect people, I mean, from prosecutors to judges.
I voted for you. How cool is it that a sitting judge here in Pulaski County is talking like this? That's really encouraging, and we can elect more Amy Johnsons, and I think we need to.
And let me say this about my colleagues. You know, I did not know them until we started working on this project, but they never cease to amaze me. And it's actually, you know, it just gives me a really sort of warm feeling just hearing both of them talk, because what you guys don't know and what you don't get a chance to see. So if I were putting together the perfect prosecutor and the perfect judge, they would think and look a lot like Caleb and Amy. And I'll tell you why. What you guys don't know is that when we are, you know, oftentimes we'll have these really late night telephone calls as a team, and Amy, or I'll get an email in the middle of the night from Amy about some article that she's researching about trauma or some kids somewhere. And I'm like, oh my God, why are you still up? And is this what you're doing in your free time? And the thing that is so amazing about both of them, they have a thirst to constantly improve and enhance their craft. And to me, that is something that is so special and inspiring. And I think if we had more prosecutors that are like, you know, instead of just looking at the statute, how do I get better from a human element? How do I have a better understanding about how the world around people impacts the way that they do things, and just being aware, right? I think that there's a lot of value in that. And I would go as far as to say that maybe both Caleb and Amy would say that they are even better at what they do now than what they were when they started, not just because of the experience of being a prosecutor or being a judge, but because of their ability to enhance their knowledge about the world around them and the populations that they serve. And so, you know, what I would say is we want people that, you know, I always tell people, and I always tell my students, no one cares to know what I do or know what I know as a law professor until they know that I care. And I think that, to me, that's one of the most important things, is making sure that we put people in positions that we know care.
And that you run for positions.
Yes.
As graduates of law school, if this is the fact that you're here right now says that this is something that you care about. Run for office. Run for office.
That is a really good note to end on. Thank you guys so much for being here. I don't want to stifle conversation, so if you have questions, maybe they can stick around. But right now we're going to take a super quick lunch break, and you guys can like eat through the next presentations. I'm not going to make you like eat an entire box lunch in 10 minutes, but we have box lunches in the cafe where the breakfast and the coffee were. So if you guys want to head over there, we will come back for the reentry roundtable at 12:30.
And some of you I might see again if you're a student. Professor Cummings and I are teaching corporate justice this summer, so hopefully I'll get a chance to see some of you then.
Go enjoy Miami, Todd.
I'm gonna try to.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
See you guys later.
It is. I'll give you actually, I printed it off. There you go. So you mentioned,
Okay, I think if we're all getting settled in with our lunches, we'll resume now for the reentry portion of our event today. So my name is Connor Thompson. I am the editor-in-chief of the Arkansas Journal of Social Change and Public Service. And I have the distinct pleasure of kind of moderating our roundtable discussion today on reentry. So we kind of been talking throughout this event on, let me just fix this, on kind of policing, trauma, the cycles of determinants that bring people into the criminal justice system, into incarceration. And now we're kind of seeing what happens when folks who have, served time, been in jail, been through that system, how do we facilitate and treat those folks on the other side, reintegrating back into society? So we have three fantastic guests with us today who are all doing incredible work, doing the hard work here in Arkansas. And so we just wanted to give them the opportunity to talk about the work that they do. We have Ms. Lita Anthony of the Central Arkansas Reentry Coalition, Corey Jones, who's the Executive Director of Compassion Works for All, and we have Paul Chapman, who's the Director of Restore Hope Arkansas. So I just want to turn over the floor to them, maybe starting with Ms. Anthony, maybe to discuss the work of their organizations and how they're making an impact here in Arkansas.
Good afternoon, and again, I appreciate Connor and Molly for inviting me here today. Central Arkansas Reentry Coalition was a brainchild of the Clinton School of Public Policy as a practical study. It is probably one of the, if not the oldest reentry program in the state, because people knew people went to incarceration. They needed to have something to come back to that would lend structure to their ability to have success in reentry. What we've been talking about all day, and I don't know if everybody picked up on the key message, is there has been an evolution in what's taking place, how people think about going to prison, what their expectations is of the community when they come back, how much of that responsible role belongs to the program or to the individual. That's evolved, and just a whole mindset around the whole issue of new norms. As I stated earlier, there was a time among people where it was a real struggle to deal with the fact that I have been to prison. It is a new norm because of the population of folk now who have been incarcerated and now who are coming home to be a part of reentering the community. What we are doing at the Reentry Coalition is rethinking reentry. From the past, we want to, as much of that stuff that worked, but we want to recreate some of what needs to happen with this new generation, because there is a whole lot of new different mindsets among those people who come back from situation. There are some basic skills that need to be in place, but there are some new skill sets. And then there's the assumption that everybody who goes to prison is not real smart. I suggest to you some of the smartest people you're ever going to be in the company of are people who are being incarcerated. So it may not be a computer class or learning this trade or that trade that individual, but you won't know that until you have truly and honestly assessed the needs of that individual. And that's meeting them where they are, not where you want them to be. And that's providing the services that they need, not the ones that you want them to have. So it's a whole nother ballgame, if you will, in the interest of reentry. And I want to share with you that people don't always fail programs. Sometimes programs fail people because it wasn't the right one in the first place, but because it met my numbers for my grant or to ensure my funding is going to be kept in place, I'm going to keep them in here anyway. I am the first one that will dismiss a client when I realize I'm not what that client needs. If you're coming to my office every day asking me, what have I done for you today? I know that I'm not that person that you need. So with that, I'll pass the torch to Corey. That it's a new day in reentry, and evolving is what we all need to be thinking about. What people are going to incarceration for, what the new mindsets are, what we need to garner from the past, what we need to recreate for the future and establish and meeting the needs of these clients.
So good. Yeah, my name is Corey Jones, and Connor and Molly, thank you also for inviting me, for having this entire event. It's such an important work and conversation. I'm the executive director at Compassion Works for All here in Little Rock. I operate right down the hall from Paul. We pass each other in the bathroom a couple times a week. So, hey, Paul. At Compassion Works for All, we've been around unofficially since the early 90s. We teach mindfulness meditation programs in jails and prisons. And we also have a nationwide newsletter that goes out to folks who are incarcerated in all 50 states and in 3 different countries. That goes out on a monthly basis. And so a large part of what we do is through correspondence, through mail. I often tell people our work is kind of stuck in the mid-90s because technology-wise, that's kind of what we have to work with. But a significant part of our work, especially with reentry, we do exactly what the conversation that we just had in the last discussion, where it left off with humanizing people. That at some point we have to recognize that the person in front of us is a living, breathing human being. And if we don't see them, and for all that encompasses, then we're just trying to cram them into a program, or we're trying to do some kind of one size fits all, and we're not recognizing the needs that they actually have. And so I think that's where we sort of have a luxury in the nonprofit world of being able to reach people on a human level. I help teach classes over at the Pulaski County Jail in the CSI program, reentry program that Sheriff Higgins has started. And I'm a big fan of that program. And last week we were talking, and a man raised his hand, and he said, you know, when I was a kid, there would be days where we didn't know where our food was coming from. And then there would be other days where we would go not knowing if our mom was going to come back. And so the first time I had a child, I vowed to that child, and I vowed to myself that, you know, my kids are never going to go hungry. They're never going to wonder where their food's coming from. They're never going to wonder if a parent is there to care for them and love them. And the quickest way I could do that was by selling drugs. And so he got caught up in drug dealing and got arrested, and he's in jail for it. Now, if we pull somebody off the street and we bring them into the room and we introduce them to this gentleman, they'll see him in his blue jumpsuit, know he's there for dealing drugs, and they'll go, oh, he's a drug dealer. No, he's not. He's a father. He's a trauma survivor. He's a man who's trying to be a provider. And I say often we tend to suffer from what I refer to as just a disease, that we think people are just to this or just to that. And even the people we work with tend to take that label on themselves, that I'm just a drug dealer, I'm just a junkie, I'm just a criminal. And I think a lot of the work that we do in reentry is shaking them out of that. You're not just a anything. You're a multidimensional person. You have layers, you have talents, you have family. And more than anything, you need a community that's ready to embrace you and welcome you and support you through what you need. So that's really the goal of our work at Compassion Works for All, is to not just humanize people for the general public, but to help those that we're serving also see themselves as a multidimensional human being, because that's where the work really begins to start. So with that, I'll hand it over to Paul.
Hey, thanks. It's good to see you all. Can you hear me okay? Let me share a screen here real quick. I'm gonna flip through some pictures very quickly to talk about what we do. I was involved in direct service for a number of years, kind of prior to 2015, and making some fun. I was in a funding position, and so I got to meet a lot of really good people doing good things. But I want to tell you about how Restore Hope came about. From about 12 to 16, we had the fastest growing prison population in the nation per capita. That cost us a good bit in our checkbook. But uniquely, what we were able to observe was that you can kind of see this time period here. This is the number of children in foster care over kind of that same area. And the growth curve is very similar to the prison growth curve. And to the point where in 2016, according to the Annie E. Casey Foundation, Arkansas had the highest percent of children who had had an incarcerated parent. Anyone that's familiar, I wasn't able to join this morning, but I heard someone refer to trauma. And so, you know, someone in your household before you're 18 being incarcerated will get you 1 on the adverse childhood experiences test. You know, 4 or more on that test start to become pretty predictive of poor medical and behavioral outcomes. And so Arkansas kind of led the nation in 2016, according to the Annie E. Casey Foundation, with incarcerated parents. What we came to believe, and a lot of this was given our funding position, was that we've got the agencies and we've got the workforce service deal, and then what we were doing with education and what Corey's doing, what Lita's doing, and we're all doing good things. But the problem is that the issues that need to be resolved that our clients are presenting with are more complicated and require more than any one agency or organization can provide. And so we're going to have to figure out how to start to partner or sequence our activities to improve outcomes. We did a study. In fact, for kind of the social nerds in the room, if you just Google collective impact, you'll wind up, among other things, you'll wind up with a 2011 white paper from the Stanford Social Innovation Review, of the title being collective impact. They coined the name, but they said, you know, most communities deal with these problems, but few have had population level change. Those that did 5 things. There they are. I'll flip through it. We can come back if you're interested. And so we kind of, looking at that data, we built Restore Hope, which is a backbone organization that puts an alliance in a community. We've got a software system, and then we provide some case managers that help connect a client to the service providers within that alliance. And we track all of it and have HIPAA, FERPA, COPA compliant communication amongst that software communication. Here are some stats about some of our clients. We won't review that for time, but here is Crawford County. Every month we pull this data and provide it back to an alliance, but in Crawford at this time, families were onboarded. There's a 13-point assessment. Not all of them are listed here across the spectrum of crisis to thriving. If you look at employment here, 66% of all clients that were onboarded by one of the alliance members were in crisis for they were broke, no income, no job, 66%. And then through the various interventions and connections to the alliance members, we're able to measure the impact upon employment. And so that's that gives you kind of an overview of who we are and what we do.
Something I saw recently, there's a story in the Arkansas Democrat Gazette where I guess there was the director of the Arkansas Department of Corrections, Solomon Graves, talking about issues facing state prisons in Arkansas. And he mentioned that there's a 46.1% recidivism rate in Arkansas right now. I'm curious to know what challenges you're seeing maybe on institutional or policy level in the work that y'all are doing, and what kinds of maybe coalitions can be built up to improve upon this work and continue the good work y'all are doing.
I would say that recidivism rate is higher than that. I would think that it's more like 60%, if anything. I'll show a graph up there of when our numbers went up. I suggest that you look at the same time what the legislature was doing. We had a wonderful act that was giving people good time and allowing people to come home. People got home and were reestablishing themselves. And then the head of the Department of Corrections decided we were going to have a knee jerk, and that's not minimizing the incident that took place, reaction to an incident that happened with someone who was on parole. And we went back and got everybody who had been paroled over a 3 to 5 year term, and we sent them back to prison. We took people who had reestablished their lives. We took people who had homes and jobs. We took people who believed that they could. And we unraveled that because of a knee jerk. The bill that had passed at 1050, help me here, Zach, the bill that passed that allowed our folk to come home with good time to be able to reestablish themselves had taken the number of people who were backed up in county jails from well over 2,000 to less than 700. And again, government decided they were going to have a knee-jerk experience and go back and get everyone and tear up the foundation. That not only impacted the person that was being disrupted, but it impacted the family. It impacted the community. And since then, we have had numbers that's associated with prison building greatly distorted as to what it's going to cost our community. It's always a $1 million sale until we actually start to bill it, start to employ people, look at what it's actually going to cost the citizens of the state of Arkansas to operate. So it's never just the $1 million that we spend, not calculating what we do to communities and to families. Central Arkansas Coalition has always worked with various organizations, and we are a network of providers to look at the impact of what happens through legislation coming back to us. We were part of the group that got the $50 removed, which was a barrier to get people to be able to expunge their records. Wherever we can put a barrier to that success, right now there are major issues dealing with driver's license, driver's control, what happens to people who are incarcerated, and child support. It's obvious that they're not working and paying their child support, but it continues to go up. So there are many, many barriers that is out there that are government controlled that keeps that person from actually being truly successful on their way back home. And we continue to work on those issues. We talked about bonds and fees. Of course, those are major as well. So we continue to work on those barriers that are implemented by policy to keep that individual from really having the opportunity to be successful when they come home.
Yeah, and I think to that point, I think the work that Zach and Kaleem and their team over at Decarcerate are doing is so critical because from our perspective, just the amount of letters and communication that we get from people who are incarcerated. We had a letter last week from a guy that's incarcerated at Varner. He's one of the last of the lifers who was sentenced to life in prison as a minor. He was sentenced at 14 to life in prison, and he's 41 today, and he's still in prison for something he did at 14. My son turned 14 yesterday, and I can't imagine the amount of space between his life and mine, spending that entire time in prison. And that's insane. And I think that as a community, we have grown so desensitized to long prison sentences that we just assume that if it's anything less than 30 years in prison, it's a slap on the wrist. A year in prison is a long time. And you are a very different person after 1 year in prison than when you first went in. And these excruciatingly long sentences make the reentry process all but impossible because this man that wrote to us, he was incarcerated in the early 90s. I mean, just think about the amount of change the world has gone through since the early 90s and what he's going to have to learn. And how do you go about teaching him that? We're big advocates for community. You have to have not just skills, but you have to have a community of people around you who are willing to be patient, who are willing to walk with you, who are willing to fill in some of those gaps that maybe even organizations like ours can't quite reach. But and so the barriers to recidivism, I think, are not about people's behaviors or people's actions, but it's that we are creating the barrier itself by the way that we're treating people through the incarceration system. And then if they break one of those rules, we send them right back in to the place where they apparently didn't learn their lesson in the first place. And it's insane. I'm sorry, I get a little animated about it, but it's insane. It's insane the way the systems work. I'll stop.
I've got more data here. This specific, we serve more than just folks that are re-entering, but we do serve those individuals for sure. But all of this data was pulled from individuals that were under felony supervision. And so you can kind of see the intake, this is intake data for a number of clients on the pie chart, and kind of outcome. Outcome for us is just, at the time that we pull the report, because someone may be finished maybe with a particular program, but they still want help. And so we measure that over time. But housing at intake, 25% of the individuals that were under felony supervision that were clients during this time band were homeless, and 35% were unstable in the extreme, worryingly unstable. And so kind of at outcome, there were some, through interventions, there was this kind of impact to this group. There's legal status transportation is a big deal. Lita had mentioned driver's license, which is a really big deal. In the high risk to recidivate category, we did a study right before the pandemic with 1,100 men coming out of the Omega unit, which is a supervised sanction unit. They get on a parole, don't, for some reason, are put back for 90 to 180 days. But out of 1,100 men, 67% of those men had a suspended driver's license. 30% of that group had a driver's license suspended in multiple areas. Given the rural nature of Arkansas, there's not mass transit. So you've got to get a job to pay off your fees and fines and your child support and pay rent and do all those things. So it becomes exceedingly hard if we're unable to address kind of Maslow's hierarchy based. Am I safe? Am I out of the weather? And kind of feed myself and mine. Before you start kind of layering up. I'd also say that if you're in crisis for these areas, it becomes exceedingly difficult to have abstract thought, which is required for most employment of any value in today's society, or even the ability to be able to take long enough to say, go to truck driving school, which you could graduate in a month. But if you're not stable, you got babies at home, that's precluded from you too. So what we attempt to do is to be able to assess current needs, take plans in, build kind of in the software, you build a care team is what we call it. I'll give you a little picture. This is a test account. So any of you HIPAA lawyers, don't sue me. It's test. It's all fake. No lawsuits, please. And that's why there are so many people here. This test account, usually there's about 6 to 7 on an average client, but you're able to be able to communicate in a collaborative way. Did they show up for their meeting? Oh, Paul came in and he told me that he was getting kicked out of his house at Lita Anthony. Could you help him possibly maybe get a voucher? And so you're able to kind of coordinate actions in a way and properly sequence them. One of the issues in being able to address anyone in, I would say, low income in crisis folks who are in our community right now, Arkansans, is that our social service framework is missing a controlling collaborative element in it. It would be akin to you go pay for blueprints from a great architect, and then you do all your research and find your subcontractors out there, and you email all those subs your blueprints and tell them where the address is and tell them to bill you as you go along and expect the house to get built. The roofer's likely to show up tomorrow and you've not broken ground. That is the way that folks in crisis in Arkansas, they don't have transportation, don't have any marketable job skills, can't pass a drug test, and they walk in the workforce center because they're sick and tired of being broke, and they are not wrong. It's just we've got to address some of these other problems first before they could go there and get sent with scholarship to vocational school.
Paul brought up.
The issue of reentry and how it affects Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I couldn't have scripted a better transition to our keynote speaker, but before we get there, I just wanted to see if there were any questions in the audience before we give the floor to Colleen. All right, well, then will you thank me in joining and clapping for our guest today?
Okay, we're just going to roll right into our next portion because we're running a little bit behind, but I think it will be so worth it to stick around to the end. Like Connor said, we did not tell Paul to say that, and it really couldn't have worked out any better because our keynote speaker, Kaleem Nazim, is going to be talking about recidivism and Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So I'm just going to intro Kaleem really quick. He sent me his bio, and I couldn't have written a better one myself. Kaleem Nazim was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole at the age of 17 and served 28 years in the Arkansas Department of Corrections. Despite being told that he would die in prison by the state of Arkansas, Nazim refused to let his spirit of freedom be daunted or allow his mental or moral character to become arrested. He gave himself permission to develop into a healthy man who lives a principle-driven life. Nazim was released from prison in 2018 by way of the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Miller v. Alabama, which allowed for the resentencing of individuals sentenced to life as juveniles. Since his release, he has received his associate's degree in energy control from ASU Newport and advocated for fair sentencing for juveniles, prison reform, and social justice for impoverished communities. Nazim volunteers with youth incarcerated at the Jonesboro Juvenile Detention Center and is an active member of ICAN, Arkansas Poor People's Campaign, and Decarcerate. So I'll hand it over to him now.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Connor and Molly for inviting me to this forum. It's truly a blessing to be here today. Okay. It's a blessing to be here today. And first of all, it was a lot that has been discussed thus far, and I'd like to thank each presenter. You guys did a beautiful job, and it's a lot to be said about what you said, and it's a lot of layers to criminal justice reform, recidivism, and so forth, policing in the Black community, and I can go on and on. But before I go any further, I'd like to kind of give you an overview of who I am as an individual. When I was 17 years old, I committed a crime and was given a life without parole sentence in the Arkansas Department of Correction. Of course, a year is a long time, and I agree with them 100%. My incarcerated expanded over 28 years and 11 months. I was incarcerated, and just to be honest, it wasn't a day of that incarceration that I didn't feel like a legalized slave. And we must just put that out on the floor, that the state of Arkansas is practicing slavery. And I think, that is something that we gloss over in this state or just gloss over period when we're talking about prison reform, when we talk about incarceration. So today, one of my goals of this presentation is to present the argument that the state of Arkansas is basically promoting recidivism. And excuse me for a minute. Because I'm going on with the computer, so I just go on mine and okay. We're gonna still use this. Okay. Okay. And we'll be using Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which is basically, psychology 101. And we also, at the end of this presentation, we'll be going over a doctor named Dr. Seligman, who did experiment on controlled helplessness. So at the end of the presentation, we'll address that there. And I believe that recidivism basically starts not when you get out, but when you go to prison. Because a lot of times when you go to prison, people are at their most vulnerable state. They are at their most susceptible state for change. And a lot of times when you walk in prison, you don't know anyone, you're scared, you're very vulnerable, and you're open for any change that can change the condition of your life. And a lot of times, 99% of the times, the administration missed this opportunity to really give the individual the help that they really need. The way our system operates today is basically you have to be 36 months short before your parole eligibility date to receive any kind of educational programs within the system. So if you have a long-term sentence, then for me, example, I had to wait until I got out to receive any kind of educational programs because I had a life without a parole sentence when I first entered the institution. So I never met the criteria of being 36 months short before my parole eligibility date. And that's a whole nother story within itself. So as I said, I believe that recidivism starts the day that you walk into prison. And in a perfect world, if I had a utopia on how to basically structure the prison system on preventing guys from coming back, what I would do is create a treatment program. From day one, when you walk into prison, establish a treatment plan that is specifically tailored for that individual. And then as he do his time, make it where he has to check in to make sure he's fulfilling the obligations of his treatment plan. And each treatment plan will be structured different. So the question, go back for that. The question that I would like to ask, and this depends on which side of the debate you fall on. Is our prison system broken? Is our penal system broken? Or is it operating exactly like it was designed to operate? According to the Arkansas Department of Correction, and this is old information, but let's just take the information that was given by Coroner today. According to the Arkansas Department of Correction, reports on findings in 2013, the recidivism rate in Arkansas is
46.1.
is 46.1%. Over 3 years for those who were released on parole, and 24.39 for those who discharged their sentence. Males had a higher recidivism rate of 46.1, and females had a lower rate of 48.2. We ain't gonna get too much caught up in the numbers. Let's just do this here. Let's give the state of Arkansas a little grace period. Let's cut all these numbers in half. Instead of saying 58, that's what, 20, half of 58 is what, 29? Okay, a 29% recidivism rate. And so forth and so forth. We're gonna cut each number in half. Arkansas get the grace today. Okay. If you was running a Fortune 500 company and you had a 29% failure rate, let's say an automobile company, and 1/4 of automobiles that drive down the road, they have some kind of default where they stop working, whatever, brakes goes out, whatever. What would you do about that problem? What do you think the automobile company do? They have a total recall of the product. Human life is way more valuable than an automobile. So when we're looking at this here, if we don't have a total recall of our penal system, not just here in Arkansas, but throughout the whole United States, we as a society have a problem. In Arkansas, now you can Google this as I talk. Arkansas has the highest incarceration rate of any democracy in the world. That's Switzerland, that's Denmark, that's Germany. We have the highest incarceration rate of any democracy in the world per 100, I think per 100,000 people, we incarcerate something like 936 people. My number's probably be a little off there. Just Google it. It'll pop up. That's how I got the information. Google will give you anything. So, at this stage of my presentation, I would ask the audience to, use a little common sense. And I'm gonna be asking a series of rhetorical questions. But if you disagree with me and anything that I say, just write it down, and at the end of this discussion, we'll discuss it a little further. If you are sick and really don't know what what's wrong with you, what would you do? I say I go and see a doctor and try to get myself taken care of. If you're having legal problems and need to go to court, obviously you'll hire a lawyer. And by the way, the lawyer that you see on the screen is one of my heroes, my personal heroes. That's Brian Stevenson. He was responsible for arguing before the United States Supreme Court in Miller versus Alabama. That said that it was unconstitutional to give a juvenile a mandatory life without sentence, without taking his mitigating circumstances up under consideration. And this discussion has been so beautiful because when I think his name Todd and Amy was at the table talking about the ACE scores. These are some of the things that contribute to an individual's mitigating circumstances, his social and economic background and things of that nature. So when I was 18 and I committed my crime, they had this law in effect called mandatory sentences. So when I went to court, my mitigating circumstances wasn't taken up under consideration. The abuses that I received, from my childhood, my living conditions, raised up in a violent environment and all that, none of that wasn't taken into consideration. You did it, you got a life without a parole sentence, you'll die in prison. Period. So I think that when we're talking about issues surrounding the penal system, so talking about recidivism, re-entry, anything that's dealing with the penal system, what better people to lead the discussion and talk about that than those who have been directly impacted, those who have lived experience, those who have been through the system from the school to prison pipeline, all the way up to being reintroduced into society. I think we are the people, we are the experts that should be leading the discussion. As I say, Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a concept developed by Dr. Maslow, and basically he was trying to figure out what constitutes a whole and healthy individual. So the first set of our needs is our physical needs, which consists of our food, shelter, and water. The second set of needs is our safety needs. Everyone want to feel safety, feel safe in their environment. And we have different institutions within our society that make us feel more safe, from basic traffic lights. Just imagine if we didn't have traffic lights on the street. How many accidents will we have? Hospitals, Obamacare, healthcare, the Affordable Care Act, that makes me feel safe. And so forth and so forth. Then we have our communal needs, our community needs, the need to be a part of a bigger community. It really touched my heart to be here today. Because for a lot of time, when I was doing those 28 years and 11 months, I felt there was not forums like this here, talking about people who are incarcerated, trying to change the conditions. I used to always, like the little boy in the poem, Antoine Fisher poem. Who would cry for the little boy? Who would cry for the little boy? Who would cry for me? I felt like that 1,000 times when I was incarcerated. Who would tell my story? Who would tell what is happening to me in this experience of incarceration? And I feel like that there wasn't anyone that's telling the truth about what is going on in these houses of bondage. So to be in this community, it makes me feel whole and healthy as an individual. So our communal needs is the third prong on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And this is very important because everybody needs to feel part of a healthy and whole community. The next prong is our self-esteem, our confidence, our experiences, how we feel about ourselves, our self-efficiency. In the last prong is our hopes and dreams, or our self-actualization, the ability to be able to have healthy, whole dreams, to be able to close your eyes and see yourself 10 years from now, 5 years from now, in a better light. This is very important. And these are the things that makes a person a whole and healthy individual. as I said, I would be making an argument using Maslow's hierarchy of needs that the Arkansas Department of Correction and prison systems in general actively promote recidivism. I would go as far as saying this here in this argument. What if, this is just something to think about, what if the people who are running our institutions are mad scientists and using all the good information that Dr. Maslow has given us in a negative way? So I ask you to just think about that, because I feel like if I can figure this here out laying on a bunk, incarcerated after reading Maslow's hierarchy of needs and putting this here together, because the information that I'm sharing with you guys today is information that I developed while I was still incarcerated. Just reading different psychology books. Now, the most fundamental needs are our physical needs, which consist of our food, shelter, and water. Without our physical nourishment, we will cease to exist. But when incarcerated, these needs are pretty much being provided for us. Our food, shelter, and water is being provided. And this causes stifling. This causes stifling in a person's development system. There's a proverb that goes, if you feed a man, tomorrow he will be hungry. But if you teach him how to feed himself, he'll never go hungry. When you take away the ability for a person to take care of themselves, to feed themselves, to clothe themselves, to provide for themselves, there's a level of contentment that is associated with that. But let's look at the food they give an individual that is incarcerated. I know we have all heard of the prison stories about how horrible the food is in prison. But I'm gonna tell you about a meal, well, 1 or 2 meals in prison that really kind of, you're gonna make you go like, come on, man. I can't believe that. They got a food in prison called gruel. And what they do, they feed it to the guys who are on behavior control. And what they do is get all the leftover food from the previous day, that's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They'll put it in a big pot and cook it down to a mush. Then they'll pour cornmeal in this pot. Then they'll get a big pan and pour it out on a pan and bake it in the oven until it's a block. It cooks into a block. They'll cut it into pieces. And for the guys who are in behavior control or solitary confinement, that's what they'll eat 3 times a day. That's what they feed them. And this is the food that is being provided for human beings. Then I remember incidents when I used to work in the kitchen where meat would come in spoiled. And when I mean spoiled, it had a stench to it. And instead of throwing the food away or throwing to spoil meat away, the staff will make the guys who are working in the kitchen cook the meat. Then they'll cook some gravy and pour on top of it to mask the smell and serve it to the general population. This is what our food consisted of. This is the type of nourishment that we were forced to survive on. I was forced to survive on for 28 years and 11 months. I was so happy to be able to, when I got out, to be able to eat a peach, a banana, a strawberry. I'm telling you, I thought I was in food heaven when I was reintroduced into society, because in 28 years, I hadn't had a banana, I hadn't had a peach, a fresh peach. I hadn't had a fresh pineapple. And if it wasn't for the grace of some of the officers that worked there, I wouldn't have had a salad. But these are the conditions of prison when it's surrounding food. The next category is our shelter. When a person is incarcerated, 9 times out of 10, your shelter consists of a 6x9 cell where you live in it for 23 hours a day, especially if you're confined to solitary confinement, behavior control, administrative segregation. These are all just different words, but they're all the same because it's basically just solitary confinement. You're in a 6x9 cell, 23 hours a day, 7 days a week. And some people have been locked up in this condition for 15 and 20 years at a time in just this small space. I'm talking about, I really practically laughed at some of the complaints that I heard when COVID-19 touched down real good and people were restricted to their houses. I'm like, man, you tripping about being in your house but I said, just imagine in a 6x9 cell. Now, for all those who experienced that traumatic during the pandemic, I sympathize with you. But it also put it in context, what is really happening in these institutions. So if you felt confined in your house and couldn't, go where you needed to go, then we want to recruit you at Decarcerate to help end some of these draconian rules and policies that are going on in the Arkansas Department of Correction. So, but check this here out. Not only are you forced to live in a 6x9 cell, you also sometimes another body is placed in that 6x9 cell with you where you have to coexist for years at a time. Now just imagine that. I'm trying to find something that's equivalent to a 6x9. Perfect example. Watch where I walk in. From here to here, this is about as big as the cell is. Something else to go along with that we must think about. The level of privacy is non-existent. When you use the restroom, whether it's number 1 or number 2 in prison, you are always doing it in front of an audience. Somebody is always watching you. That's whether you're in general population, solitary confinement or whatever, someone is always watching you. So at your most vulnerable moments as a human being, you have no privacy. Privacy It's an illusion in prison. And they teach you that when you first step into the door. One of the first things they do when you enter prison is dehumanize you by making you strip and get naked in front of 100 people. Take off all your clothes. So this is the shelter. This is what shelter look like in prison. The next thing on Maslow's hierarchy of needs is our water. Remember, a healthy individual needs food, shelter, and water to be healthy. Your base, with anything that you're doing, the fundamental, the base, the foundation is the most important part. If your foundation isn't strong, I don't care what the structure look like, it's still weak. If you're building a house and don't have a strong foundation, it's not gonna last long. So the foundation of the individuals who are incarcerated is effectively being destroyed. Now, take in consideration that most individuals who come to prison have already been traumatized through society. See, we as a community, we look at it from this perspective. A lot of people look at it from this perspective. He did the crime, he must do the time. Instead of looking at it from the perspective, what damaged this individual in life that made him do the crime, that led to him or her doing the crime. So when we look at the water in prison, I'm gonna give you a couple examples of the water issues in prison, and then we're gonna move on because I really want to get some questions and answers. And this presentation is kind of long, but the water. In the Arkansas Department of Correction, they have standard issued uniforms and they're white. I'm talking about they snow white. And when guys go on visitation, they want to look presentable for their family members. But this is how your snow white go to Dookie Brown. You get a standard issued uniform. It's Snow White, like I said. You are terrified to send it to the laundry because if you do, you're gonna start off, the first wash gonna be like something like this here, that brown. The second wash gonna be that brown. But the third wash, oh, you got some khakis on. Now take this into consideration. This is the water. I use the analogy of how brown the clothes become, but just imagine. This is the same water that your food is being cooked with. This is the same water that you're bathing in. One time when I was at East Arkansas Regional Unit, the water was so bad that it had a stench to it. I'm talking, it had a, and I'm gonna explain it like it needed to be explained. It had a shitty smell to it. And then when you took a shower, when you got out of the shower, it's like it left a film on you. And these are the conditions that individuals, human beings, was forced to live in. But this is how these are examples of our food, shelter, and water when you are incarcerated. there's no doubt that we can do better as a community. The next set of needs are our safety needs. Our need to feel that the world is organized and predictable. It is critical that people feel safe in their environment. Safety promotes optimism towards life, which is conducive to positive growth and development. When we look at the issue of safety, the question I ask is, can a human being feel safe in a cage? Is it conducive to positive growth? Well, I go on further to ask you this here. Do a lamb feel safe in a den of lions? Do a bird feel safe caged in a cage? And I have to say no to these questions. But the opposite of safety is chaos. See, when we look at some of the conditions for prison, especially dealing with safety, it's a very chaotic environment. And a lot of times when I say a very chaotic environment, I'm not just talking about inmate violence and things of that nature. I'm talking about some of the policies that are implemented within the institution that the administration promotes. I'm gonna tell you a story on how this chaos worked. I remember a time when I said I wasn't gonna work. I picked cotton one time in prison. I think I stayed out there for like an hour. And I wasn't good at it. It just, as a constitution, as a Black man, I ain't gonna tell you what I said, but I can't do it. So I made a conscious decision every time cotton season come around, figure out how to get locked up. Because I don't pick cotton. So one day, I happened to be on host squad when cotton season came around. And everybody knew it was cotton season because that weekend, man, they picking that damn cotton on Monday. So I'm like, oh, well, it's time for me to go to the hole. So that Monday, I got up like, man, I ain't picking no cotton. I'm expecting, they come and get me because I didn't catch out for work and lock me up, write me a disciplinary, give me 30 days or whatever. And that'd be it. But this in particular day, they got real strong with their bullshit. It's like, oh, you gonna pick some cotton. So they like, go out to salad for it. So I'm like, all right, because I don't want nothing to get physical. Because I'm talking about at this time of my incarceration, they believed in, for lack of a word, institutional correction. And yeah, but anyway, I'm like, okay, I go out to salad for it. So I go out to salad for it. This big ass white dude pulls up in the truck. Get on the truck, clean. I'm like, man, I ain't going to work today, man. So, oh, you're going to work. You're going to work. I don't want to hear that. You're going to work. And the way I'm talking, this is a big ass white guy. Yeah, red bird, yeah, red bird, red hair. You're going to work. You're going to work. All right, man, I ain't going. So he put handcuffs on me. Put me on the truck. On the back of the bed of the truck. Every time he started the truck up, I jump off. So we went through this process about 3 times till he just shackled me to the bumper of the truck. They had a thing inside the truck and shackled me to it, why I couldn't jump off. So now, he mad and I'm mad. I'm mad, but as we start driving, I'm becoming fearful. Because we going past the cotton fields to somewhere I ain't never been. And I know it ain't a good situation. So when we get somewhere I ain't never been, we talking about safety now. He pulls over, 3 more. Hey, let him off the truck. They unshackled me, took the handcuffs off. So I forgot this part. As we go into somewhere I never been, I'm praying. I'm at the point where I'm scared as hell now. So I'm saying that prayer like, oh God, just get me out of this situation. I didn't went too damn far. Just get me out of this situation. So when they let me out the truck, I get out, still scared. And at the time, the field major, what's this shit? I heard about you ain't picking no cotton. So now, just the way he said it, in my constitution as a Black man, I'm like, man, I don't pick no damn, and bam, they took off on me and beat me down. So now I'm mad as fuck now. Excuse me. So now I'm super mad now. So all my logic and reason and fear, I'll let them win out the door because now you just stepped on my ego and my pride. So now they didn't beat me down, sure enough, but I can't let them steal my spirit. So I get brush myself off. I'm like, man, I don't care what y'all do out here today. I do not pick cotton. And it's just dead on that. Well, why you make us do all this here, Colleen? Now, why you make us do all, I ain't made y'all do nothing, man. We just want you to stay out of here. You don't got to pick no cotton. This is the safety that we're talking about. See, a lot of times when people think about prison and safety, we're talking about things like this here. Well, guys getting stabbed down there. Yeah, that happened too. Guys getting raped down there. Yeah, that happens too. But what about the psychological and mental damage that the administration do? Hurt people hurt people. See, what happened to me is not an anomaly. It's not a random event. It happens to about everybody that has the gumption to say that I'm not picking cotton, I'm not doing no free work. So when it happens to them, this is how this here work. Since I can't do nothing to the police that did this here to me, the next person who sit in the seat that I was sitting in, or say something cross to me or break in front of me in line, then I'm gonna do something very irrational to him because of the pain that I'm feeling for what this entity done to me. See, that's how that works. And that's what happened a lot of times in prison. Let me speed it up. Because I really want to get through this whole presentation because I think it's the points that I'm sharing is very relevant. Our communion needs. I'm gonna fast forward. In prison, I'm gonna say it like this here. A lot of times people come to prison or go to prison and they become worse than before they got to prison. And this how this here works. There's a taboo of expressing any emotions in prison as far as, you can't cry, you can't be sensitive, you can't show any empathy for your fellow individual who's incarcerated with you, and things of that nature there. So a lot of times, it's like, and I'm gonna say it like this here, you got to front like you're a lamb to really be a sheep. Because when I got to prison and really was around a lot of lambs, I have never been a lamb. I have always been a sheep. But a lot of times, a lot of years of my incarceration, I fronted like I was a lamb. I rubbed elbows with the lamb, the sheep, me, little old me. I rubbed elbows with the lambs because I didn't want to be divided. And this somewhat became my community, where I had to mimic the actions of a lamb so I can survive as a sheep. Do that make sense? And I had to fast forward through that there because, like I said, I want to get some questions and answers. But before I go on, I like to say this here about community needs. When we have individuals who are in abnormal situations, who are trying to do the right thing, who are trying to educate themselves, be productive, promote growth within themselves and other individuals, the administration is fundamentally opposed to that. When I was first incarcerated, they had this program and it taught transitional analysis. It's basically kind of help people deal with their emotions. I just say it's emotional intelligence theory. Just look it up, and some of you may be familiar with it already. They snatched it out of the administration. They snatched it out of the curriculum because the administration said that the guys who are incarcerated were being too manipulative with the information. Then there was the JCs, taught politary procedures, was very fundamental and helpful to the guys who were incarcerated, taught organizational skills and things of that nature. No, y'all raising too much money. Snatch that out of the community. When I was, I got locked up for 6 months for this year. We're talking about community needs. The Islamic community, every year they raise money or try to raise money to fund their feasts. So I was elected to be the treasurer for the community. So I was responsible for keeping the tally of the money that was raised. So I kept a ledger. Well, they had a shakedown one day and came across a ledger. Now, mind you, all of this had been approved through the chapter. So they found the ledger, and I say they, the unit warden, found the ledger. What is this? I explained the ledger to them. This is how we raise our money. The chaplain approved us to do this here. No. You gambling. You loan sharking. I stayed in solitary confinement for 6 months because you accused me of something that the chaplain had given us permission to do. I make this point on communal needs because when you're incarcerated, If you're becoming what the administration don't want you to be, which is an intelligent individual, it's opposed to what they want to see in you. The ADC has a policy as of when I left, which was 4 years ago, that said individuals can't have more than 10 books at a time. And certain information isn't even allowed in the prison system. As I say, the whole premises to this talk is to show how the ADC promotes recidivism. The next need is our self-esteem. I stated earlier, the need for people to be able to govern themselves affect their self-worth. Our achievements in the way of helping our neighbors, solve family problems, participating in community activities, all paint a picture of who we are as people. I have a saying that goes like this here, that you are and you view yourself as what you do most of the time. We don't define ourselves as individuals as what we do in our random acts. We define ourselves as what we do most of the time. I know that's where I define myself. When I say that I'm gonna classify myself as a good individual, I'm not classifying myself through the premises of what I did once in my life. I'm classifying myself from the premises of what I do most of the times in my life. Most of the time, I do the right thing. Some of the time, I may slip and do the wrong thing. But when I do the wrong thing, that's not how I define myself as an individual. Now, the ADC, but before we go to the ADC, I would like to say this here. Since I've been out, my self-esteem, I feel, has shot through the roof. The first time I was able to vote, I'm talking about I feel so elated by that to be actually participating in the democratic process that I'm talking about. It was an amazing feeling. The only thing I hated was that I didn't get out 4 years early so I could be a part of the Barack Obama campaign where I can say, man, I voted for my guy. But it still was nonetheless an amazing experience. Then I'm gonna tell you what happened in our community. About a year ago, it was a hard rain and it flooded out the area. And it flooded about 3 houses in our neighborhood. So everybody was complaining, man, this ooh. So me, this Army veteran, and a white guy named Mike, I'm gonna say white Mike down the street. We got together and we like, man, they need to do something about this here because it knocked my privacy fence down. It flooded a couple of houses down the block. So I'm like, yeah, man, we do need to do something about this here. So we called the city council and all that. They said something about how we made our complaints. And then about 2 months later, they fixed the easements in the neighborhood. They came out, dug it out, laid rocks down and things of that nature down. And it made me feel like a whole and healthy citizen of America. I'm talking about make me feel good. But a lot of times when we looking at self-esteem in dealing with prison, I outlined some of the conditions of prison, from the food, shelter, and water, and how they play into this conversation. from our safety needs and how they play in our conversation, the community needs, and now we're talking about the self-esteem. Now I ask you this question here, because I've been here. I lived through the process of being basically stepped on for 28 years and 11 months. How do you think that affected my self-esteem? To be told on a daily basis for 28 years that you're a legalized slave. Because that, whether it was said with words or not, it was said through the implementation of the treatment and the psychological trauma that was implemented not only on me, but those who are incarcerated. This is what is happening in our penal system. But this is what happened to me also. When I think it was like 25 years old. This is how I found my way. Corey Jones. First, raise your hand for a minute, Corey. He is the director of Compassion Works for All. The woman who founded Compassion Works for All, I call her my spiritual mother, Miss Anna Cox. She used to come down there to the prison system when I was at the maximum security unit. And this is what she used to always tell me, and others who are in the group. Colleen, I'm gonna mimic her voice. And if anybody know Miss Anna, you know this is on point. This is classic. Colleen. Let me describe Miss Anna first because I think it's important. She's a little old white woman, about 70 years old. I think I met her when she was about 50 something, but she always been short. Long white hair and real, I don't know if it's a word, bootish. She has that glow about herself. You can see her aura. Sometimes she walk in the room now to blame. But anyway, she came down and she used to do meditation groups, or what we call spiritual awareness groups. And she used to always tell us, you guys are the solution. You guys are the solution. And I used to think in my head, how in the hell I'm the solution and I'm stuck in prison with a life without sentence. So this is how I figured out I was part of the solution, not the solution, but I was part of it. One day we did a meditation group, and this is what kept my self-esteem intact. Things like this here, but I don't want the administration to get none of Miss Anna Cox credit. She did this here, the administration didn't pay her. She was a volunteer that came into an environment that was hostile. And I used to tell all the time, you got the heart of a lion. Because she used to walk through the prison system fearless. And when I mean fearless, I'm talking about fearless. And she did, I'm gonna give you 2 meditation groups that she did that really impacted my life. One of them, she challenged each and every one of us to close our eyes and paint ourselves in the best light we can. Where do you see yourself? What is your best self? And I lie to you not. When I close my eyes, this is what I see. I see myself in the suit. I see myself before an audience, talking to individuals. That's what I see. Then she did another meditation. She wrote a lot of positive affirmations down on paper, put them in a hat, shook them up, and we went around the group and picked out an affirmation, one affirmation. The affirmation that I picked was, you are greatness. And for 3 years, I don't know what happened to that little scrap of paper. I guess it deteriorated because for 3 years, I toted that little piece of paper around with me. You are greatness. And every time I found myself in an adverse situation, I read that affirmation to remind me of who I was. Because at the end of that meditation, Miss Anna told each and every one of us, the piece of paper that you picked was exactly the one that you needed to pick. It was for you. And it was a lot of times during my incarceration, that one little piece of paper, that one affirmation reminded me of who I was as an individual. While the administration was trying to take away my self-esteem, my dignity, and who I was as an individual, that little piece of paper was a stopgap in them doing that. So I just wanted to share that. And the next thing, since we kind of crunching for time, because I didn't really did a lot of ad-libbing, so I'm missing a lot that I want to share. But I would say this here: when it comes to a person's hopes and dreams when they're incarcerated, our hopes and dreams are diminished because a lot of times when you are in an oppressive environment, your people like me, I had a life without a sentence. What do you think my most prevalent hope and dream was? Anybody? To be free, to get out of prison. That's the only thing I could think about. Is being free. That was my most prevalent hope and dreams. Is to be free. That's all I wanted. I couldn't think past that. I couldn't think about going to school. I couldn't think about being productive in society because first I had to get free. That was my hopes and dreams. Now they had me on the shelf. They said that basically I'm gonna die in prison. And when I first came to prison, when a guy told me that he had been locked up for 20 years, 15, 20 years, when I first walked in the door, I'm like, man, that's a long time. But look at this here, the guy, when I got 10 years into my sentence, that means he had been locked up for 30 years and he dying off. And other guys in that same situation dying off. And they got a life without sentence. This crushed the spirit. Because the thing is, you don't want to believe that you're going to die in prison, but all the information, visual information that's surrounding you and the experiences that you see in other folks' lives, is like, you see 10 people die, they've been there 30 and 40 years. Your hopes and dreams is to be free. Just something to think about. And to me, when you give a person a life without sentence and try to crush that spirit in them, that's a human rights violation. Because when we just get to the bare bones of it, it's a human rights violation, just like slavery was a human rights violation. To place a person in slavery, it's the same thing to me, is to give a person a life without sentence, or what I call death by incarceration. These ridiculous sentences. There's one dude incarcerated, he got 230 years. And I remember him because his nickname is 230. we take on some of the most ridiculous nicknames in prison. And so forth and so forth. It's a human rights violation because you're really trying to snuff a person's life out without killing them. But I'm gonna move on. And I think that was Todd who said something about the survival brain. The fight or flight brain. When a person goes to prison, their brain enters the fight or flight mode. A lot of the conditions of prison that I described to you, your brain is in a fight or flight mode. But this mode, a brain modality, isn't meant to be a long period of time. You shouldn't have to be in a fight and flight mode for 20 and 30 years. Because it causes psychological deformities within the individual. That's why you see guys in prison who have short temper spans. And I'm gonna read some of the symptoms of long-term when the brain is in a long-term fight or flight mode. Lack of focus. Things may seem to be foggy or hard to concentrate. Change in memory. You may have a hard time remembering situation and things. Now, I'm going to elaborate a little bit further on this change in memory. Because the body is naturally built in with a response mechanism. When things are too hard, it's shut down. If a person hits you too hard and you suffer an extreme amount of pain, your body's natural response is to black out. A lot of times in prison, when you're faced with these harsh situations, your mind subconsciously shut down to the trauma that you are experiencing, especially the trauma that you can't control, you can't get away from, so your body will shut down to. You become desensitized to a lot of things, where you may see something, but your brain shut down, that part of your brain shut down where it won't allow you to remember it or either experience it in its full totality. And I know this here for a fair fact because there's a lot of things that I have seen in prison that scared me almost to death, where I consciously chose to block that out of my mind, because if I wouldn't have, I would have walked around shaking like a leaf on a bad tree. So, fatigue is another response when the brain is in a fight or flight mode for a long period of time. A lot of times we hear about guys who are incarcerated sleep a lot. You know, if you put a person in a 6x9 cell for 23 hours a day, 7 days a week, how long do you think they're gonna sleep on a daily basis? Emotional reactiveness, short-temperedness, reacting to things that you shouldn't even react to. You see incidents like this here happen a lot of times in prison. You in the chow line, people are going to get their food. Somebody chooses to break in front of them. Go sit down, get their tray before you get yours. They'll go and sit down. Then the guy would get his tray. Instead of going to sit down because the damage is done, there ain't nothing you can do about that there. We'll go over there, man, why you break in front instead of eating your food? Why you break in front of me? Man, you ain't talking about nothing. A fight ensues. This emotional reactiveness. Because the logical person would do this here. Why you there, bro? That's spilled milk. go sit down, eat your food, and keep it moving. So we have things like that there. But these are direct responses to that fight, the fight or flight mode. As I said, if you disagree with me, I'm gonna give you a chance to ask me some questions. I said that we would talk about Dr. Seligman's theory of depression, conditioned helplessness or hopelessness, learned helplessness. It's a psychological definition. And I should have probably said this here in the beginning of this lecture. I am not a sociologist and I'm not a psychologist. I'm just sharing information. But it says learned helplessness is a phenomenon observed in both humans and other animals when they have been conditioned to expect pain, suffering, or discomfort without a way to escape it. In the early 60s, the psychologist Seligman, he did a study on dogs, and he basically placed a set of dogs in an electric floor where they had no way to escape. And then he placed another set of dogs on an electric floor, but put a barrier in between it where they did have a way of escaping. So the one that was in this control group on the electric floor that had a way of escaping, they jumped over. But after a time, the ones who didn't have a way of escape, they put them in this controlled environment and electrocuted the floor, and they remained there. They never did attempt to escape to the other side. When I read about this study, it made me think, is this one of the implementation of the mad scientists that are running our institutions? Because we have guys who have been incarcerated for 30, 40, 50 years that are remaining on this side. That's what we see in our recidivism rate. Even when guys are released and placed into society, they, in essence, are still remaining on this side of the floor. As I say, in Miller versus Alabama, the ruling came down in 2012. At that time, I think I had did like 22 years of incarceration. And like I said, I had a life without sentence. I had seen many guys die in prison. And I thought I was gonna die in prison. To me, I was on the electric floor with no route of escape. My humanity had been challenged in the way of the psychological and physical torture that had been placed on me for 26 years. But when I heard about the Miller versus Alabama rule, I said to myself, shit, I'm finna jump over on this side. Now, I'm tired of this here. I'm finna jump on this side of the cage because I'm ready to be free. I tell you this here because when the ruling first came down, it's a lot of guys who had did 30 and better years. Their response was this here. Man, I don't believe that shit. They was literally afraid to jump on this side of the box. This condition is called conditioned helplessness or learned helplessness. This is a condition that the Arkansas Department of Correction is fostering within the guys that they have incarcerated. Self-efficiency has a big part to deal with learned helplessness. Learned helplessness is a condition of the mind. And a lot of times, I love this picture because it shows an individual is confined right here, but he's not confined right here. When we talk about recidivism, if you don't never leave the prison within your mind, you're gonna forever be incarcerated. Those with a high self-efficiency, it's harder to be conditioned to learn helplessness. But those with a low self-efficiency, it's more easier to be conditioned. Make no mistake, everyone who goes to prison, no one will leave the prison setting unchanged. It's impossible. Everyone is affected. So when we talk about learned helplessness, when we talk about recidivism, we must look at this here very carefully. And in closing, I always like to present, I'm gonna skip this one here, present solutions. So what are the solutions? We must become more creative in the way we run our penal systems. We have to. It's just like a month ago, we did a protest at the incarcerate to protest the expansion at Calico Rock. They're proposing a $60 to $100 million to add 400 and some beds to the existing unit that's at Calico Rock. But you have no educational programs in the prison system for guys with long-term sentences. So there's a lot that I can do with 60 or 100. If you want to cut down the recidivism rate, if you really want to do that there, I can guarantee you give me 60 to $100 million, I can at least slice it in half. You're talking about 400 beds, I'm talking about 4,000 people. I can guarantee you that I can keep with 60 to $100 million. I guarantee you that I can create programs within the Arkansas Department of Correction that would keep individuals from coming to prison because I got the formula. I'm the one to do it. Yeah, I can do it. Two, solutions. Give individuals responsibility for themselves. What do that mean? Give them the room to be human, to grow, to develop, to be accountable for their rehabilitation. This is big. Pay individuals for their labor. We think of ourselves and what we do most of the time. You remember that saying? If you're working for free most of the time, being a slave most of the time, then you're gonna think of yourself in a substandard way. I remember a friend of mine told me a long time ago, he asked me the question, he didn't tell me, he just asked me the question, and it made me really ponder this question. He said, Kaleem, I'm like, what's up? He said, do you have the spirit of a free man or the spirit of a slave? I said, when I thought about it, I said, man, that is powerful. Because when you're incarcerated, even though your condition, your physical conditions are a oppressive condition, as I said on the last picture, if your brain, if your mind, if your thinking capacities are not incarcerated, then you have the spirit of a free man. Then after you ask me that question, I started doing an experiment on myself. I started asking myself questions like this every time I do something. I ask myself, can I use this in the free world? And if I said no, I stopped doing it. If I'm reading something, is this helpful for me when I get free? If I said no, I stopped reading it. Due to the fact my philosophy was, if it don't have any intrinsic value when I get out, then I need to be doing something different. We need to start creating incentive programs. If a person do what they need to do, reaching for higher goals and aspiration, and can prove it, we need to incentivize them individuals in doing that. Make the unit safer. How do we make the prison system safer? We make the prison system safer by teaching, first of all, teaching incentive, not incentive, but sensitivity programs to those who work there. Instead of coming in with the attitude that it's my job to punish you, come in with the attitude, with a sense of compassion and empathy, with the attitude like this, no, it's not my job to punish you. You being here is the punishment within itself. So I'm gonna treat you like a human being. And when you start doing things like that, being more compassionate to the ones you have incarcerated, then the system become much more safer. So with that, I close, and I appreciate each one of you guys' attentiveness, and I appreciate you just being here today. And I guess it'd be safe to open up the floor for any questions or comments.
Yes, I appreciate each and every one of you.
Well, okay, I'm listening.
I just want to say I'm thankful that you came.
Extremely.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay then. Okay. Sorry.
What do you think the difference is in your mindset while you were serving time and men who are in there that, you know, I think you said it kind of starts from when you first get in there. What's the difference in the mindset to reduce recidivism later on? Like, what's the difference in how you handled it and how somebody else, how do you think you affect that?
Well, that's a hard question. Because everybody, I'm gonna answer by saying everybody has different levels of cognitive, the way they process information and things of that nature there. So everybody experiences is gonna be different. And I think I mentioned this here in my presentation about self-efficiency, as far as, you know, the way you view yourself as an individual plays a big part in it also. A lot of people, when they come to prison, and I'm gonna include myself in this category here, a person has been damaged by society. And a lot of times people have undiagnosed mental health issues. So prison only exacerbates that. So in answering your question, I have to say people just have a different response because grace. That's how I view my condition. I look at it from the position of grace. Because I don't know how I survived prison for 28 years and 11 months. I'm talking about, we was at the Capitol last month and the police came out and started arresting people. I stepped all the way back because, hey, I can't handle no more, nothing that restricts my freedom. I was scared to death. Because today I value my freedom more than I did when I was 17 years old. I have a healthy appreciation for being free, physically free. So in answering your question, it's just people respond to prison in different ways. Some take it as a challenge and overcome it, and some, you know what I'm saying, is defeated by it.
So when Brian Stevenson, or however the connection was established between you and him, when something like that happens, and I'm sure that the ADC is aware, do they try to assist? Or, I mean, I can't imagine that they would be helpful in keeping these relationships or connections up, that they're actually trying to get people who have the ability to leave prison. Is there a role for them in fostering those relationships with outside resources that they're potentially not doing now?
I would like to think it should be, but the sad reality is it isn't. And that goes back to the question I asked in the beginning of my presentation. Is the system broken, or is it operating exactly like it was designed to operate? So a lot of times, the upper echelon of the administration foster an attitude that we need to be in more prisons. They're just like me personally. Every time I hear about a substation being built in a low-income community, I always say, but that community is going to be over-policed. Because if you build something, you want to make sure it gets used right. And that's the same way with prisons. We can't build ourselves out of criminality. As far as, you know, the crime rate went up, build more prisons. That's not the solution. And when the juvenile law was passed, when Brian Stevenson did the juvenile, that passed through the United States Supreme Court. It was a lot of police that ain't never read law. When they found out that individuals fell up on it, that ain't what they're saying, man. You ain't going nowhere. You know, real Debbie Downers, man. But I hope that answered your question.
See, we do have one question here in the Q&A from Zoom,
Okay.
asking about grievances or other legal actions. This person is asking if you'd ever filed an inmate grievance regarding care and custody or any legal actions regarding care and custody.
Thank you, Joy. I appreciate your story. And
Yes, ma'am.
honor, so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't file a lot of grievances. As far as, you know, every time I had a situation, I filed a grievance. To answer that question, one of the grievances I use to file all the time is for the educational programs. You know, I'm writing a grievance, you know, about not being allowed to get into any educational programs. And they used to always respond back where you got to be 36 months short for the parole board, and you have to be a certain age, and all kinds of excuses to deny me my educational, getting in any kind of educational program. So I did file a lot of grievances, but 9 times out of 10, you get the same response.
So how did you find out about the law that's being changed?
Well, when I found out about the law being changed, at that time, I was locked up in administrative segregation. And this guy who had been locked up in administrative segregation for the last 15 years, he wrote me what we call a kite in prison, and he slid it up under my door. So I read his letter, and he like, oh man, the United States Supreme Court just passed a law saying that it was unconstitutional to give a juvenile a mandatory life without parole sentence. If you was 17 years or younger, you fall up under that law. So I'm like, shit, I was 17 years old when I got locked up. I shot him and came back. Man, send me some more of that information. So he sent me the information. I read it. I'm like, yeah, this was happening. This was that. So to answer your question, that's how I found out about it. And I'm gonna tell you what I did when I found out about it. Okay, the University of Arkansas, they said, well, when everything came down the pike in Arkansas, they said, well, we're gonna take all the cases in Arkansas and make sure, they get processed through the courts. So I said to myself, okay, that sounds good. I'm gonna ride with y'all. But I made a conscious decision to be an expert on my own case, because last time I wasn't an expert on my case. I got a life without parole sentence in the Arkansas Department of Correction. So I made a conscious decision. I'm like, oh man, you're not 17 years old no more. Read any and everything that you can find out about this law. So when you have your chance and your opportunity